We are starting early, and I'm not going to go through the whole intro just because I'm exhausted. I literally just got back a few minutes ago and got some things unpacked, set up the computer, whatever, and did live. And then I get a ring at the door. A ring at the door. I'm going to wait until I see Sonia up in here. You guys got to see this. This is freaking nuts. And, I tell you what, Sonia, many of you guys know, is one of my mods in here. She does a lot of great work just in support of these children and everything else. And so she does a lot of our shirts here. I go through Teespring. I have my own designs over there, but they really do. They're really, high cost. They're good quality. I mean, they're not bad, but there's just not. I'd rather it go to support a small business that supports this channel. And so, we're going to be doing raffles of shirts. But anyways, I get a call or a knock at the door, and I'm like, okay. I'm like, there's a box there, and it says Fragilon, and I'm scratching my head. I'm like, what in the world did I order? I don't remember ordering this. And I do this all the time. I do this literally all the time. I order something, and I just forget until I open it. It's like, oh, yeah, that's right. I did order this, right? Well, when I pulled this out, this is the first I saw. So it looks like ours truly, Mama Bullhorn, has a little gift. But I tell you what, I'm going to sneak and peek. I'm going to sneak and peek. I'm opening the bag. I'm going to see what's for Mama Bullhorn. We're going to see what's for Mama Bullhorn. But this isn't this isn't it all. I want to read this. It says, Andra, I know Jimmy promised you a rhinestone bullhorn, and I didn't get you one. Have been working on this on and off since December. And now finally I have it done. Hopefully the rhinestones stay. Here are over 4,000 of them. I am sure some might have fallen off. Believe it or not, it is intact. Keeping the voice for the voiceless. I am proud to be Team BHB. I also put Mama Bullhorn a shirt in here. Much love, hugs, and prayers always, Sonia. Tell me that isn't the sweetest, but you got to see it. Now, I'm sorry. I don't think Dolly Vision would have ever, no offense, Dolly. I still love you. You're still my friend. You're still my BFF. But I'm not sure if Dolly Vision would have been able to do something like this. Look at that. Look at that. Tell me that isn't awesome. Now we have what it takes to show up in force. And if you don't know who I am, you'll know now. Tell me that isn't gorgeous. Oh, look, as I was doing, I didn't even see this. Be strong and courageous. Joshua 9:1. Tell me that doesn't rock. Don't forget to tell Dolly he can cancel the rhinestone bullhorn order that was promised. Tell him I like this one much, much better. All the rhinestones stayed, by the way. If Sonia is here, God bless you. Thank you. I love you guys. You guys are like literally the best thing. I love my mods. We have some of the best people here. We really do. Outside of all that. Oh, look at this. Every time I turn around, I see something new. Be fearless. Oh, look at that. Attica. Look at this. Oh my God. Look at that. A little coffee. Every time you turn around, there's something new to be said for this. But geez, what a lot of work. This is love right here. This is love. Okay, don't ever think we're not family. We are all family here. Okay, don't ever think we're not family. We love each other. I just can't believe it. I am just smitten. I came in here so exhausted. I had already set up this live. And I'm like, okay, you know, I'm trying to think because my brain's running slow because I'm exhausted. I had too much sun. And then this just kind of gave me my second win, just my second win. But it is official. Bullhorn Betty officially has her own bullhorn. I can tell you this for me is absolutely priceless. Absolutely priceless. Priceless. But that's not all. That's not all. What do we have here? For those that want your official Be Fearless hat, there it is in the flesh, right there. Hell to the yeah, right? Not bad. Not bad. You guys rock. You guys rock. And don't worry because we're giving raffle away. And I was actually going to keep it just to shirts. But I'm not going to throw in the bullhorn. This is mine, and there's no replication of this. This is going to be a priceless artifact right here. So eventually it'll be an artifact. And here's Wake Up. It's going to be a good day. There it is. So we're going to also throw in, you can have a shirt or a hat of your choosing, and whatever the raffle, it doesn't matter if we don't raise even enough money to cover it, that whoever wins the raffle will get one of, I think there's like 5 shirts, maybe 6 shirts out now, as well as a couple hats. So you get to pick anything from the Bullhorn Betty line, and I'll take care of it with Sonia. So we're going to have to get that. Now, sorry, Mama Bullhorn. I'm just a nosy daughter. You know I'm a nosy daughter. So I don't know if I should. Let me just pick up the phone and call Mama Bullhorn. Let me call Mama Bullhorn real quick. I don't want to open it until she's at least here and gives me permission because I'm dying to see what it is. And I'll have to go drop it off to her, or she'll have to come pick it up, whichever works. Uh-oh. There it is. Let's see if she answers. She might be gardening.
Hey, baby.
Hey, Mom. Are you watching my show yet? You might want to turn it on because, you know, Sonia, one of my mods, my beautiful mods, I love my mods, by the way, she sent me a care package. And one of the items is for you, and I'm dying to open it.
Hang on.
And I want to make sure that you're online before I open it.
I got it. I'm watching.
All right, do you see me? Do you see me? Say hi to everybody.
Hello, everybody.
Look what she made me.
I'm in office number 2 also.
Yes, look what she made me. It should be coming up in about 20 seconds. Do you see it? You might have to fast forward if you just got in and it's got you starting at the beginning.
Yeah, it's got a 10-second delay.
Ah, let me put it back up here.
I can't believe this.
Oh
my God, a sequined.
Dolly promised me a bedazzled bullhorn, and he never got Bullhorn Betty a bedazzled bullhorn. And so now, but the first thing that I pulled out of the package, I have to hold this up here for a second, and then you'll see it. I knew right then it was for you, so I haven't opened it. But since you're not right next to me and you can't just pop in your car and pop over here, I am dying to know what's inside.
Okay.
All right. Stay with me. Stay with me. Drum roll, please. It is a pretty bullhorn. It is a pretty bullhorn. All right. Let's see what we got. And you got a little thing. I'm going to put this back in your package. Oh, proud mom, Bullhorn Betty. Proud of Bullhorn Betty mom. That is awesome. So I will deliver this over to you probably. I'm not sure. I got to look at my schedule because I have another trip that I've got to, not too far from here. But you're north, so I can even drop it off on my way out of town. I know. So don't forget to tell Sonia thank you. And then she also threw in a couple.
Oh. When we're out at lunch or something.
I know. But I got to tell you, this right here, this was love. She did this all by hand since December.
Oh my gosh.
I know, right?
Oh.
And underneath it, it says be fearless.
I love that.
And inside it has the heart, and it says be strong and courageous, Joshua 9:1. Just a lot of love. And look at this. Oh. Little coffee cup.
Oh, I love it.
Just,
wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Wake up.
So I just wanted to make sure you were on the phone or online so I could show you all that. But I'm going to let you go because I got a couple things to show before we get back into our regular scheduled trial, which, shoot, I don't even remember what time they said to come back. I was listening to it all the way from West Palm Beach here today.
I got zoned out on the trial yesterday. Am I the only one that notices she's hiding?
I think they're requiring her to stay so far away from her attorneys because she's already assaulted police officers.
Well, at her pretrial hearing, the female that was with her, oh, I love the keychain. Oh, I love it. I'm watching this and forgot. I backed it up for Jeff to see. On her pretrial, she was sitting there with, I don't know if she was an attorney or an assistant or sheriff or what, but she scooted her chair back so you couldn't see her. You could only see the other gal. And I noticed she's positioned herself in the trial to be behind someone's computer screen.
Yeah, and I noticed the angle of the camera must be coming off the bench because as soon as they approach the bench, they block her.
Exactly.
But she's like over a yardstick away from her attorneys, and I'm telling you,
I know
that has to be set. And I think it's because she's been violent.
Well, there's two cameras, one on the judge and one on the entire courtroom, excluding the jury, of course. And she's deliberately hiding.
Right.
So anyways, but I got burnt out yesterday because I gave up on that telephone conversation.
Yeah.
It was just, I couldn't take the lying.
Yeah. And we're actually going to show something. We're going to be showing a clip here in just a second while we're waiting, on the lunch break. I'm eating because I literally just walked in the house and I was listening to the trial the whole way here and listening to all of her stories that she was telling her husband, and he wasn't having it. I mean, he just wasn't having it.
Right. But my LiDAR came up really fast.
Yeah.
Well, we know she's lying.
Yeah.
The poor man, he believed her in the beginning. And then when he finally said, I have one important question to ask you. Did you kill Ganny? No, I can't believe the over drama.
Sonia, we're talking about you. Sonia just got in the chat.
Oh, thank you so much, Sonia. Thank you.
So, yep. So I ended up. But anyways, finish up your sentence, and I'll tell her.
But anyways, I felt so sorry for the father, because he believed her, the cock and bull story about the rape and all that crap. Oh, BS.
Yeah.
BS. And I can imagine the panel going over this. They'll be laughing. But Yes, I gave up last night because it was just upsetting me so. I wanted to reach through the TV and smack her.
Aw.
It was so horrible. Horrible. But anyways, I don't know if I'll be able to watch it when they bring on the medical examiners and stuff.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard, but we're gonna have to push through it because I take this as a valuable learning lesson, you know, and I think it helps my audience as well, you know, understand the process that goes by after the case, you know, after the person's arrested. What happens then? I think this is a great way to learn.
Well, we ask ourselves all the time, if the child is under 3 years of age, why don't they drop them off at a fire station or an emergency room? Without question, they'll take them. Why didn't she call his mother? Why didn't she just call his mother and make arrangements for him to go to her if his father was, you know, out of the country? Yeah. I don't understand that.
Because she wanted to punish. I think she wanted to punish her husband. I mean, really, I don't think this was because Gannon was bad. Maybe he was unruly, but again, you know, normal people go and say, I can't handle this. You're going to have to figure something else out. Normal people do that.
11-year-olds do get mouthy and willful. I know, been there, done that.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was such a Southern belle growing up.
Terrible twos. Well, let's go back to the a terrible 11 and 12s.
Right. And of course, that not being his mother, you know, he's probably telling her, you can't tell me what to do. You're not my mom. You know, just those types of things. I'm sure it was a little hectic for her.
I think she burnt him. She probably threw the candle at him. And she just went nuts.
Yeah.
Because she was afraid he was going to tell his daddy about the burns.
Yeah, I believe it. And he seemed like he was, she keeps saying in the last little bit of the phone calls that, you know, if she thought they were injured, you know, if they were hurting him. I'm thinking, what burn doesn't hurt? Like, I just opened this and burnt this side of my, like the steam came out and burnt it. It's still hurting. What burn doesn't hurt? And especially, I'm an adult. What burn doesn't hurt a child that's that age?
Especially wax. Wax can make a first and second degree, you know, burn, and it blisters and it bubbles up, and depending on how big the candle was.
She put batteries in it too. Oh my gosh. We'll have to give it a try out. Hello.
Oh, wow. Next time you Mar-a-Lago, you'll have to take that one with you.
Yes, my bullhorn ran out of batteries while I was there. I was singing God Bless the USA, and it started crackling on me. I was like, well, everybody likes to call me Butthurt Betty. There's nothing like that butt hurt me. Not this nonsense on YouTube, but me not having my bullhorn and being able to sing God Bless America. That gets me butthurt.
Well, your blinged out bullhorn you can take with you with your evening gown.
Yeah. This is awesome. This is too much. All right, Mom. I love you.
I love you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Sonia.
All right. Love you. Bye. So I called. So now that I see my mods in the chat, so I was just telling you, maybe you guys missed it. So I had just walked in the door and I came right in here. I unloaded everything out of the car, excuse me, like I usually do. And I came right in here and I set up because the office is still not put back together. And I'm thinking I'm not going to put back together because I want to reconfigure it and make it look nice. Now that everything's already brought out, things happen for a reason. Had that container of sweetener not fallen on the floor and literally got on everything, I wouldn't have had to drag everything out of the office. But now that it's out, it's out. So now I just got to box up the books on my my shelf and I'm going to reconfigure that office so it's a little nicer in there. But anyway, so I just walked in here and I'm like, okay, I need to set up, you know, I was listening to, I couldn't get the Stauch trial up while I was driving. I didn't want to do another situation like we did when we were going to Washington, D.C. So I decided, just to listen to the trial. And when I got home, we would set it up. I looked at my time. I knew it was going to come right in there, right at the lunch break time. I thought it would be perfect. When I was listening to the trial and listening to the phone calls that the husband, Gannon's dad, was recording, you could tell police were there because I could literally hear the police whispering to him, like, don't be too judgmental. I heard that, even though it didn't seem like she heard that. I definitely heard that. So it sounds like he was making controlled calls with law enforcement with him. Anyways, I was listening to all these stories and about how this guy was laying in the road and all that, this, that, and the other. And I kept thinking, I was playing in my mind, we're going to play the interview that she gave with that news station 11. And so anyways, long story short, I came in here to get it all set up, did the thumbnail, got the live set up, and all of a sudden I get a knock at the door. And I'm like, maybe it's the neighbor saying, hey, just to tell me what happened while I was gone for the 3 days. I didn't know. So I went to the door and I see FedEx out front, driving off. And I see a package there and I'm thinking, did I order something? I don't remember ordering it because it says fragile on it. And I'm thinking, I don't remember ordering anything, but it's not the first time I forgot I ordered something. I open it up. I'm like, oh, that's right. And so I open it up and the first thing I see is a package that has this label on it saying, it's not for you, it's for your mom, Mama Bullhorn, right? So I put this to the side and the next thing I see is this beauty right here. This was hand done by Sonia. So no, you're not going to be able to get this unless I'm sure something like this, if you want, I don't know what she's going to charge, but this is priceless to me. And you can't have a Bullhorn Betty one. This is going to be the only one in the history. This is priceless to me. And as I was looking at it, I was pulling it out while we just went live early. And every time I turned it, something new. I saw something new, like Be Fearless. I didn't see that at first. And when I was turning it to show you guys this, I noticed that there was something on the inside here. And so I look at it. What an amazing job she did. And it's bedazzled all the way around. It's bedazzled all the way around. Even my controls are bedazzled. This thing opens, everything works, and it is gorgeous. We are really stepping up the game. God bless you guys. God bless you guys. And then also in there were the hats. So now when we do the raffle, whoever wins the raffle you can either get a shirt or one of the Bullhorn Betty line hats, and I will make sure that we get that taken care of. So you get anything on the Bullhorn Betty line, with the exception of this gorgeous piece of thing right here. This Bullhorn, like I just feel like it just feels good. It's like boom, right? Like boom. It's awesome. And the best part is it works. Bullhorn Betty is back in the game. Bullhorn Betty going once, going twice. Sold to the haters in the back. Sold to the haters in the back. But my Bullhorn literally ran out of batteries. Ran out of batteries while I was singing God Bless America out there at Bingham Bridge as you go toward Mar-Lago. So at any rate, God bless you guys. You guys rock. I have the best. I literally have the best mods. And this is why we support small businesses as well. I could get my little, $2 or whatever from Teespring, but I'd much rather you guys go to Sonia. The stuff that it comes from the heart. It comes from the heart. And God bless you, Sonia, for this. And then I did call a Mama Bullhorn so I could show her, and I'll make sure she gets it this week. Her shirt. I didn't open the package until Mama Bullhorn was online so she could see it. And look at that. Look at that. Awesome. You are amazing. You truly are amazing. You are very gifted too, Sonia. You're very gifted. And not only is she gifted, she's just sweet as pie. Met Sonia a couple times. I met her in Tennessee twice. But just a blessing. Just a blessing. I'm very honored to know her. I'm very honored to know to have met the majority of my mods. I've met Susanna. I've met, Guidance doesn't live too far from me. Miss Robin doesn't live too far from me. I've met Sonia in Georgia, and we chat quite a bit. I would love to meet Emma, but that's going to require Bullhorn Betty getting a passport. A passport and a plane ticket. But I would love one day, and I may do that because she's such a precious soul. So anyways, getting on with this case. So while I'm driving home, I'm listening to all these phone calls. There's only one spot when they took that break at 10:30 that my phone froze up, but I got my hot box out, and before they were back from their break, I had that live back up in my car. I didn't want to miss anything. So I'm listening, and I so much so that I actually put my earbuds in, because the phone calls, I don't know where I put the earbud thing, but oh, here they are. I put the earbuds in because the phone call in the phone was so far away. I had BHB withdrawals. Don't worry, I had BHB withdrawals too. That's why I came live. So I'm listening to it. So now I have the earbuds in, and I've got the volume all the way up, and I'm listening intently to these phone calls because they're kind of going in and out. And that's how I could hear somebody whispering in the background. I'm trying to listen because I only have one good ear, but my good ear is a good ear. I mean, it's good. So I'm listening really intently, and that's what I can hear, the whispers. But Letecia's breaking off. But all the stories she gave, and everything is just popping in my brain like red, like just red flags. And I'm thinking, this woman went through all of this and then goes and calls the law and says her stepson ran away from home, sits there and meets a news reporter and says, and then tries to make her husband feel bad, tries to manipulate him and guilt him, as saying, what was I supposed to do? Lose my life? Like, he's coming back here, he's gonna kill me, And I'm thinking, how calm this lady absolutely was when she was giving these interviews. She didn't look like she was nervous or scared. If you liked, oh, thank you, absolutely. But I was like, hurry up, Betty. Yeah, because I left this morning. I had to pack up the whole room. I kind of was a little lazy because I didn't get home last night until well after midnight. I didn't get home, or not home, but to the room until well after midnight. So I woke up at 5:30 this morning, and I started listening to everything on the internet. And of course, I came across, I speak to Marissa and Justin. And so while I was at that event last night, Justin is letting me know that Marissa got her channels taken and everybody's celebrating. First of all, these hate channels just need to stay in their own lane. But they keep thinking they're going to mount this attack. I'm not scared, nor am I worried. They just don't have that. They don't have anything over me. We cover true crime here. We try to stay out of the drama. I even got some posts of them saying that, I made 3 or 4 back-to-back videos. If they applied that standard, even the person that reported it, and I'm not going to give them a plug on my channel, is one that has made a lot of videos about me. Lots of videos, back to back to back to back. So if they were actually to apply that standard to all these hate channels would be gone. They would absolutely be gone. We're going to go over what, and I think this is important to my audience. We're going to start going over the real terms of service for YouTube. We're going to read through it. We need to do it. We need everybody here in this channel to know what a violation of terms of service truly is. And if you see it, we always advocate following the rules. So if you see something, say something, and we're going to show you exactly how to do that. Now, I'm not asking anybody to do anything to any channel. We don't get into that. All I want to do is make sure that my audience is educated on truly what terms of service violations are out there. So if they identify those, they can help make YouTube a better place and a better platform for all. So we're going to educate our audience sometime next week. about this. I've got to figure out my schedule because I've got to go up north. I'm going to be covering a case in Georgia here in the next week or so. Well, probably this week. I'm just home. I'm not sure if I'm going to leave tomorrow. I'm not sure if I'm going to leave Saturday, Sunday, if I'm just going to wait until Monday and start fresh. I'm just trying to figure all that out now as to what I'm going to do. Many of you guys know I've been covering a little bit about the Trent case that's going on in Georgia. And I've got to do some more diving into that case. But it sounds like this poor boy had a lot of stuff happen to him and has not yet had justice yet. So we're going to stick our nose lawfully into this and see if we can bring some attention to this and maybe help nudge law enforcement into doing the right thing and putting the people that almost killed this poor boy in jail where they belong. It's not that we want young teenagers or young adults to have to face this type of consequence. But when you see the level of torture and what they did to this boy, there's no excuse for that. No normal person should act like that, even as a fun joke game. That is not a joke. That is not a game. And he almost lost his life. And still, all these days later, over what is it? We're coming up on 2 weeks or more, potentially. I don't remember when this event happened. I remember last week it was 8 days. So I have to think we're already into the second week of this case, potentially. And, nothing. And we're hearing rumors that one of the boys that was in the photo may actually have a father on the force. Now, again, that is, I haven't been able to confirm that right now. That is classified, and we're going to consider that rumor, but it may not be, because I've heard it multiple times. I just have not dug in enough to corroborate that personally myself. And until I personally corroborate it, it's going to be considered rumored, speculative theory, potentially, but definitely not factual until I find a factual source that we can say it's factual information. But I'm gonna go up there and get involved in that and tell that story. Hopefully some people will come forward and tell us what they heard happen, what they believe may happen. Maybe we can, just a little more, just somebody bringing more attention to that case might be what is needed in that case to move it forward. But what I don't like is I'm finding a common theme throughout Georgia in some of these counties. And it's always the criminal seems to get the pass while the victim is the one suffering. And that is an injustice in and of itself. If there is somebody that did something atrocious, they need to be thrown in jail. I'm sorry, they need to be thrown in jail. There are multiple ways of doing this legitimately, without violating anybody's rights. We watch it happen all over the country, but for whatever reason, Georgia just can't seem to get it right in some of these counties. And I feel like I'm about to walk into another no charge Hadley County. I really do. We're going to make sure that things are done a little different because, again, I love the advocation for Quentin Simon. I don't regret anything that we did. Now, I can't control other people. But the work that we did, I'm very proud of. But I want to make sure that situation doesn't get as out of control as it is. But if it does, it has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. I always tell people to follow the law. I have always told people to follow the law. And I even advocated and told them, if you follow the law and you get arrested, I will bail you out. Many of these people that got arrested acknowledged that what they did was wrong. There was one boy that in Chatham County that I watched go to jail for not violating the law. And I did pay his parents his bail money. I wired them the bail money to get their son out of jail because I personally firsthand witnessed it, and it was wrong. The other, when you go and you say on social media that you know what you did is wrong, I can't help you at that point, because again, we are a law and order channel, and we're happy to help anybody that's following the law. So fancy bullhorn, I know, it's awesome, it's awesome. So while I saw how beautiful, there was a lot of beautiful people that came out and marched for Trent. There were a lot of beautiful people, and they talked about this corruption in this community, and we want to see it firsthand. We want to see it firsthand, and we want to expose it like we did in Chatham County, along with advocating for Trent. So for all my haters, especially the ones that like to harass, and go ahead and send out that binder. You can go ahead and send out your binder now to that county. I've already sent out mine, so it's all fair game at this point. So you can go ahead and send that out. It's not going to affect anything that I do or any bit of work I do. It doesn't. All it's doing is giving me something of public record to pull from when me and you meet again. So that will be do what you will. Do what you will. So we're going to be going out there. So I'm not sure how the schedule is going to go, but let's go ahead and put this interview up for everybody to see, so you guys can watch this. So just give me a moment and I'll get this up for you. It will most likely have a commercial on it, so just bear through the commercial so you can watch the entire thing. I appreciate it. And let's go ahead and start it.
You are?
I am Tisha Stauch, which is Gannon's stepmother.
You've been a part of the investigation since the very first time. You were the last person.
Now, sorry, I'm feeding my face right now. Hold on. Now, I want you to remember, this is very shortly after Gannon disappeared. Now, remember, we just got done listening to hours of recorded telephone calls between her and her husband, Gannon's father, Gannon's biological father. And what we learned is that all these stories that she said, now she's talking about being AR'd, tied up, held captive, all these things. Now, I want you to notice how calm she is. She said that the reason why she didn't tell anybody is because she was scared for her life. That they were going to come back and kill her and come back and kill him. And I love what he said. He said, so this is our kid, and you didn't want to get killed, so you let them take Gannon. That statement gave me shivers down my spine. Because even if that was the truth of what happened, what a coward of a woman. What a coward of a woman. All right. So let me get back to this so you guys can watch.
To see him. Is that right?
Correct.
What did you see when you last saw him?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk about anything with the case. I would more so be willing to talk about how the community needs to have faith and continue to work together and not make these false accusations, like the things that have been said, that I've disappeared from the community. I haven't been there to help, but there's lots of reasons behind that.
Reasons like death threats, right?
Right. Death threats are one of them. My family's getting lots of death threats. We counted over 20 some death threats already. Two, my husband's ex-wife is living in our home. And of course, I'm not coming home to do these things and to help with the family when I was kind of like told I couldn't. And then many other things that happened with the El Paso County Police Department, you know, and then during the investigation, I was told I wasn't complying. And could I elaborate on that?
Please do.
Yes. So I asked for an attorney during the interview, and I was denied that by them.
She was asked for an attorney.
Who asked the door, and I was told I couldn't leave, and that if I would have touched them, they would have probably, you know, said I still wasn't complying, or said I was, you know, trying to run away or something. But during the interview, I asked several times, could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? Could I stop the interview? Could I get an attorney? I was denied. I was told I couldn't get nothing to drink. I couldn't go to the bathroom. I mean, it was continuously that my constitutional rights were violated.
And that's why you say that they said then you weren't cooperating with the investigation.
That's why they said I wasn't cooperating at that time. Correct.
And why did you ask for an attorney at the time?
Well, I asked for an attorney at the time because there was one individual, there was two really good detectives, and so I'm not, going to talk bad about detectives, but the tactics they started to get when I would answer questions, they try to, they're detectives, they're supposed to twist. The one main goal is to find Gannon. But during that time, some of those things made me feel uncomfortable the way they were saying things. So I immediately stopped and felt like an attorney would help me with some of the vocabulary and things like that I needed help with and understanding some of the things that they were asking.
I'm going to shift gears to what has become a huge online presence of people obviously trying to do the right thing, help find Gannon. But at the same time, sometimes it just feels like rumor mongering. Have you seen any of those comments yourself?
We have. And see, that's one of the main things we haven't been around in the public eye because I didn't want to expose my family to it if all these things were going on. There was comments about Gannon getting pushed off the hike, and there was comments about this, and that's just not true. I took care of Gannon for the last 2 years in our home because his mother didn't want to do it. And I would never, never, ever hurt this child. And I know there's some questions out there about, okay, so tell me what happens. That's up to the investigations when they end up letting you guys know. But I've cooperated with them, even to the point that we were held with a gun. And my daughter, a 17-year-old who serves our country in the United States Air Force, who has never committed a crime or done anything wrong in her life, was put in handcuffs over the keys that was in her purse so they could take her car.
And they weren't in there.
They weren't even in her car. I mean, in her purse.
And
they were in my pocket.
You originally didn't even know it was the law enforcement officers?
I didn't know it was a law enforcement officer because when he came out, I guess he was putting his jacket on, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. He was adjusting and happened to catch me. But I saw the gun and I panicked originally and kind of thought, oh gosh, I got who's this guy? And then once I realized it was the sheriff's office, I was totally okay, but they still had a gun and told me they were going to shoot me. But I was really concerned about my daughter, asking why she was being detained in handcuffs and things like that, when that shouldn't even happen for a child. That shouldn't happen for someone who was standing inside of a store shopping because we couldn't have any clothes because all of our clothes were here. If we came here and got clothes, we would be harassed. So she went to purchase some underwear and things like that and was put in the handcuffs in the store, and then brought out with men with guns. And that's just not okay. They could have approached me and said, hi, I'm with El Paso County. Can I please get this? Instead of the way that it happened.
I'm just going to check your shot. Doing great. I want to make sure that we're still got a recording, still can hear you okay.
She won't even turn around and look at the camera.
Like we're good.
And it's all about her.
I want to make sure that's not going to happen here.
It's all about her and how they should have approached her. They think she killed a kid, which she's on trial for. They don't approach nicely when they think you're a murderer. They use caution because they don't want to get killed.
It almost feels like, to me, like kind of a pitchfork mentality with people. Do you feel safe in Southern Colorado?
Yes, this is a wonderful neighborhood. We picked this neighborhood because it felt like such a great community and the school district's great. And so I really feel safe in Colorado Springs.
But then the community seems to have turned. Is that true?
There's a lot of times that, on the Ring Gap and things like that, we hear of like a burglary every day. And, some of those things you can't always look into and think that it actually happened. You have to kind of like wheedle it out. But overall, the community is really good at looking out for each other and coming together in times of need.
I should try and clarify here. Not necessarily crime rates, but the way that people are reacting online to rumors about you with the search.
Oh, yes. Wow. The rumors have gotten so bad. I pretty much have been told at least 10 different ways that these people have these conspiracy theories. I guess they watch a lot of law shows and maybe they have all these theories on how Gannon is dead. And that's what they're saying. So I'm like, why are you saying Gannon is dead? He is not dead. We are going to find Gannon. And that's the main goal that we all have. My family has. Just because you haven't seen us, we have that same goal. And we've been out searching. My aunt has been out searching. My family has been out searching. We all have been doing that together so that we could protect each other.
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being there?
I'm just ready for Gannon to come home. Most importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him? I don't know him.
Gannon is so kind, and he loves to play video games. That's one of his favorite things. He loves Sonic and Mario, and he's always helpful, and he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house, and we have 2 little cute dogs, and he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. Sometimes with kids, we have to remind them and things like that, and that's okay, but he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart.
I know you just said that you can't say anything about the investigation, so you can just say so again if you can't answer this, but is there anything we can hear about the hike? Was there a hike? That just seems like rumors right now.
You know what? Could we bring my daughter up here? Because she can go and say that, she came home from work after the hike, and she can verify that Gannon was at our home.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine with me. If she doesn't want to, that's okay, but you're allowed to.
That's fine.
Sound okay so far?
Yes. I need Harley.
This is what I think about this
verify
story.
Was Gannon at home after the hike?
Warning!
Because you didn't go to the hike, but you came home from work.
Do you want me to just say yes?
No, just answer the question. Yes, you came home from work, and you can verify Gannon was at home. Yeah. I told her she didn't have to be too in depth because she is still
Coaching her daughter.
a child, but I want to make sure that someone knows that there's another person to verify that Gannon.
Sure.
Does she need to hold this?
No, that's as long as she's close.
Close.
So just stay close. And yeah, actually,
Bringing her daughter into this.
Just half inch that.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay. And then, can you say and spell your name for me real fast?
Harley Hunt, Harley Hunt, Hunt.
Perfect. And so just don't look away from her because the mic's not that way, so you don't have to like face down into it. But
Okay.
Just don't. I was just asking about the hike.
Yes, so I came home later that evening. I was at work, and I can verify that he was there that night.
So there was a hike that you guys went on, but then you guys came home.
Yes.
Where'd you guys go hiking?
Garden of the Gods.
Oh, okay. I guess when
And then we ate Burger King afterwards. So
Putting words in her daughter's mouth.
there you go.
yeah.
And then it just was I'm gonna go to play at a friend's house.
Can we step off of here? I don't want her on the.
No worries.
Okay.
Am I good?
Really good. Thank you.
All right. Okay, do it again.
And then it was just
I'm gonna let her daughter know what she's saying.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to comment on that anymore, and for that reason is because some things have been turned and twisted, and that was one of those stories you were talking about where people say things. We had to hear things like who would let their child go out at dark and things like that, and that's just why I don't want to answer that. If I had to give, I'm not gonna say that part.
That's okay.
Never mind.
That's right.
I could take that out.
I understand that it gets tricky.
Bullshit!
Do you feel like I asked you what I need to? Do you feel like this is going to help kind of turn the tide of what feels like a witch hunt, in my opinion?
I hope. Am I on camera now?
You are
Okay.
still.
Okay.
Okay, guys, we're going to pause that just for a second. I didn't get a chance to look at your comments because when it's on that screen, the whole screen, I have to actually be looking at that screen. So I didn't see any of your comments that were coming through while that interview was going on. Wow, listen to how confident she is in her lies. She's very manipulative. And so she's crying on the phone with her husband saying that she was bound. She was kidnapped. She was held hostage. They held Gannon hostage, that she didn't know what he did to Gannon, that she knew that it was potentially an Eduardo, and then she said no, it's Uncle Matt, and then she said it was a Quincy Brown or something like that, and it just kept going on and on and on. If a woman went through all of that, I don't think she'd be as calm to do all that. And then she brings her daughter in for convincing language to convince everybody that what she was saying was true, and puts her daughter in that and refuses to answer questions until her daughter went back to the vehicle and could no longer hear her. Did she not think her daughter could watch the news and see the nonsense that she was saying? And I feel bad for her daughter, because her daughter, probably could not ever believe that her mom would be, capable of something like this. And here now she's getting involved in it. I guess some people wear earbuds. I must have walked into a conversation. Hey, reap what you sow. It's nice to see you in here. I haven't seen you in a little minute. Nice to see you. Gannon was found in Florida along the highway, stuffed in he was stuffed in a suitcase. Pickle Toe Grandma, Florida, is that where she unalived him? No. So let me go through some information, Pickle Toes. So he was killed in his bedroom. They found evidence that provided them evidence that, or they did testing in that bedroom and found evidence that he lost his life in that bedroom, in his bedroom. And then she stuffs him into a suitcase. She ends up taking the suitcase to Florida and dumping it. And she ended up getting arrested in South Carolina, many miles away from her home in Colorado. But he was killed in Colorado, so that's where the crime happened. So she was extradited from South Carolina back to Colorado to stand trial. And, she is, then she came up with all these stories about how this guy was laying in the road and how he ended up carjacking her and then holding her and Gannon hostage and R-ing Gannon. And then finally the last, recording we heard before they took their lunch break, they're about to cross-examine. So that means that her team is now going to go up and cross-examine Gannon's father about what he learned and about the stuff that he had. So we're going to be getting in that after lunch break, which is coming up. Oh, crap. That reminds me. I need to get this pulled up. Hold on. Shoot. I know I put it in here. Let's see if it's, there it is. Open WebEx. We should be getting close because I think they were supposed to be back at 1 and it's 1:03. So let me get logged in here real quick and then we'll pull this up. Okay, we do have it pulled up. So when it starts, it will start. Let me go ahead and get over here. And we'll go ahead and stop sharing that tab. We'll go back to what we don't want to lose the ability to hear or listen to this case, this trial. So just give me a second so I can go ahead and do the entire screen. Now, guys, I will tell you when we add the entire screen, I'm going to have to watch you guys on my cell phone because I can't show the screen and be in here at the same time because of the way I don't have the second screen set up in here. So I can't, I only have one computer with one screen, so I've got to show what's up. So I will be gearing up the cell phone and talking to you guys in chat off the cell phone so we can hear the case. I will not be muting the phone. Ooh, look what we just got in. City of Galesburg. Just FOIA. I did a FOIA record request. So it looks like we got some FOIA requests in. Yay. Look at that. Try to tell ya. That's in Illinois. So we'll be going over those here in the near future. Mike Stevens, no, I'm not in his bedroom. They said that was too much blood. It seeped all up through the floorboards. Yeah, no, there was extensive amount of blood. She cleaned it up. She cleaned it up. So it outside of a few things, from my understanding. Now I could be wrong. From my understanding, they cleaned the mess up, but there was still some light evidence of it, but it wasn't seen by the naked eye. And yesterday when we were listening to the trial, there was a photo of him sleeping in bed, and they actually believed he had already met his demise at that point in time, and that there was all these blankets on his bed, and one of them was green. And the father said, I know that that green blanket did not go to his bed. So I don't know what that was all about, but I know they're going to be putting this entire case together for us. So we're going to be watching that. But I think this is just heartbreaking, and it's so hard because you hear this man, all he wants to do is just find his son. He just wants her to tell, and he called her a liar. He said, this doesn't make sense.
Stauch, if you would resume your seat on
We're
the witness
here.
stand, sir. And I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
So I'm going to be on my phone, guys.
Start that camera. Yeah, that one. The one that shows the courtroom. Yeah. Start that one. That's you, right? Yeah.
We'll fix the layout once we get the there we go.
Yeah. Yep. There we go.
I'd like this one to take up
No,
the
you've
entire
got it.
screen if possible. But I guess I can't. So that's the best we're going to be able to get for inside.
Oh, you're right. Gotta take that back in though.
They're adjusting the camera there. What they're trying
All right, for the jury, please.
making sure they're adjusted so you can see Letecia. There she is over in the right-hand corner. And she's full of what?
Bullshit detected. Take precautions.
I can't believe she did that to that poor boy. I'm disgusted. I have never said any case is a slam dunk.
Thank you, ma'am. Be seated.
But this
Court will
one
recall 20
is going to be the
CR
closest to it.
People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our break this morning, we had finished the direct examination of Mr. Stauch. At this point in time, the defense has an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Stauch, and that's where we will begin. Mr. Tellini.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stauch. Tellini. I know this is emotional and difficult, so I'm going to try to keep my questions somewhat brief. If at any time you don't understand any of my questions, just ask me to repeat them. A lot of my questions will be kind of yes or no answers. And if there's anything that you think you need to elaborate
Sorry,
on,
guys.
once I'm done, Mr. Allen's going to be able to get up and ask you what's called redirect. And so be able to, anything that you think needs to be added on or clarified, Mr. Allen will have the opportunity to do that. Is that okay? Yes, sir. Okay. I want to kind of go back. I'm going to do this somewhat chronologically. I'm going to go back to 2014 when you first met Ms. Stauch. And at that point in time, you were going through a divorce, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that it had kind of been initiated, but not.
It's blurry on my end too, so I'm sorry.
I mean, in South Carolina, there was a 1 year waiting period, in a no fault type divorce situation, and we were in that period. So
Okay,
yes, sir.
so you guys physically had been separated, but you're waiting for the legality of the divorce to conclude.
Yeah, the final date of the divorce.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And were you in the military at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also one of the things that you did for enjoyment and recreation is you played softball.
Yes, sir.
How many teams did you play on?
I couldn't even give you a number. We played year round.
Okay.
Myself and Landon and the defendant, co-ed, men's, women's league, whatever. You would play year round pretty much.
And that's when you first met Ms. Stauch?
Yes, on that fall 2013 team is the first time I ever remember having interactions with her.
And she was a pretty good softball player?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, later on, when you guys moved here, she ended up actually helping coach out the Whitefield softball team.
Yes, sir.
And then in the spring, summer 2014, the relationship progressed to a romantic relationship.
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, you were kind of more or less living by yourself.
Well, as I explained yesterday, I still owned my house. I
Yeah.
call it the marital residence with Landon, and which sold in the August timeframe.
Okay.
So I was in, and we had every other week custody arrangement with Ms. Hyatt, or with Landon at that point. So I was in my house 1 week at a time.
And then after you moved from your house, then Landon kind of was the primary caretaker, custodian of Gannon and Lena, correct?
She had the majority of the parenting time in the custody arrangement. Yes.
Okay. And then they would come with you guys for, a weekend here. A weekend. Was it every weekend or every other weekend, or?
I got them, if I remember correctly, I got them every Wednesday night and then every other weekend.
Okay.
My parenting time, and I usually picked them up from school, dropped them off back at school the next day or whatever.
Sure. And you guys were all living. This is all in Myrtle Beach, correct?
In that general area. Landon was a little bit outside of Myrtle Beach, but yeah, we were all in that general area.
Okay. And I think you described, yesterday especially, at the beginning, the relationship was fun, fresh, and it was a good time, and it was that'd be correct.
Yes, sir.
And it seemed it had progressed pretty quickly.
Yes, sir.
And then so you start dating kind of in 2014, and then by 2015 you guys had moved in.
Yeah, we got married in January 2015.
Okay. So moved pretty quickly. And then at some point in time, you ended up filing for you to be the primary custodian parent of Gannon and Lena.
Yes, sir.
And you did that because you had some safety concerns.
Just some reservations about different things Landon was doing, and so I took it to the courts. Yes, sir.
I mean, you had some concerns that there was criminal activity going on in her house.
Yes, sir.
I mean, you had some concerns about drug use going on in the house.
Yes, sir.
I'll bring it there.
I think I see where it's going. Overruled.
And you had some concerns about, is it Mike Hyatt or Hoyt?
Hyatt.
And that was the person who you're just referencing in those phone calls, correct?
Yes, sir.
That you looked up and you'd seen his mugshots and so forth.
Yes, sir.
And that's who Landon was living with at that point.
Who was living with?
With Landon, that's who Landon was living
Landon, as far as I know, yes, sir.
with. Okay. And you thought it would be, because of those safety concerns, you wanted Gannon and Lena to come live with you and Miss Stauch.
Yes, sir.
Because you thought that would be a safer environment for your two children.
Yes, sir.
And when you filed for custody, it wasn't just custody for you, but also Miss Stauch was given custody as well.
When I filed for it, or when I filed for it, it was between me and Landon.
Okay.
So that's just to clarify.
Okay, but then she was eventually legally granted custody.
There was an arrangement where the kids in 2018, in the fall semester of 2018, we owned a house in Myrtle Beach, as I referenced yesterday. Because the defendant did not want to permanently move to Alaska, we kept that other residence as well. And the kids did stay there with the defendant for a few, most of that first semester, or that fall semester.
So for the entire fall semester while you were in Alaska, Miss Stauch was the primary caregiver and custodian of the two kids.
In Myrtle Beach, yes, sir.
Myrtle Beach, yes. And part of that also was so they could also be in proximity with their mother as well.
Yeah, it's more complicated than the defendant just got custody of the kids. There's almost
a lot of factors.
Yes, a lot of variables there. Yes, sir.
Okay. But you felt comfortable and you felt that was a safer environment for them to be with Miss Stauch as opposed to being with Landon.
At that time, yes, sir.
At that point in time, based upon your dealing with her, based upon what you knew of her, and based upon what you knew was going on with Landon.
Yes, sir.
And also, right at that point in time, when this kind of custody, shifted from Landon to you and Miss Stauch, that's initially when you enrolled Gannon in counseling.
No, sir. That would have been after we moved to Colorado. As I testified yesterday, January of 2019 is when that began. I didn't get here until February. So in the late winter, early spring portion of 2019. So you're talking 3 to 6 months later.
Second. Do you remember kind of that back in January of 2020, January 28th or 29th, you sat down, you had an interview with Detective Mark Riley?
Yes.
Do you remember telling Detective Riley, as soon as me and my ex split up, got divorced, and I got custody, I started taking them to counseling?
I don't remember saying that. If you have
Are you
a transcript
looking
or something I can look at.
4702? You're aware that, I mean, you've had a lot of interactions with Mr. Allen.
Yes.
And you're aware that a lot of the interviews that the El Paso County Sheriffs, as well as many of these phone calls that they made transcripts of,
Yes, sir.
I've been looking at that transcript, refresh your recollection.
Absolutely.
I may approach. You may. Does that refresh your recollection?
I mean, if that's a transcript of it, then yes, that's what I said.
So that indicates to you that you told the detective back then that you got Gannon in counseling right after the custody split, and you did that primarily because of the custody issue.
Yeah, and I don't know why I said that specifically, but the Dr. Burchak I referenced in this, that did not begin until, as I already stated, late winter, early spring 2019.
Okay.
So,
Sure. You may. And I think it's fair to say that it was initially the plan that Ms. Stauch was going to come and bring all the kids to Alaska, and you guys were going to live in Alaska. That was the initial plan. When you went to Alaska,
once I got stationed there,
that they were all going to come.
I think it's safe to assume that, yes.
Okay, and she'd come up to visit you, a couple times up there?
Yeah, for short periods of time, she did.
And it's fair to say she didn't like Alaska.
She did not like Alaska.
And part of that, I mean, she's from South Carolina, right?
Yes.
And
No, she's from North Carolina.
I mean, so you're right. She's from Lumberton, North Carolina, but she lived a lot in South Carolina.
Yes.
She liked the beach. She liked the sun. She liked the weather.
Yes.
She liked activities. Alaska was a
I
little.
don't see why they're not
barren, a
objecting. This is leading.
Depressing at night.
You're asking me to testify about how she felt about everything. I'm going to stay away from that, Mr.
All right, that's fine. That's fair.
Yeah.
Very fair. Regardless, she never ended up going to Alaska.
Permanently, no. She did come to visit, as I already testified to.
And how long were you in Alaska again?
Just shy of 2 years.
And did Gannon and Lena ever move to Alaska?
So initially, I got custody in March of 2018. They immediately came with me to Alaska. Finished out the school year. I don't specifically remember what we did over the summer. And this is 2018. In the beginning in the fall is when the custody arrangement with the children, with the defendant in the Myrtle Beach household. That's when that began in that fall school year, 2018.
The fall school year of 2018, she was the person primarily responsible.
Yes, sir.
For both Lena and Gannon.
In the Myrtle Beach household, yes, sir.
Okay. And you felt safe with that?
Yes, sir.
And overall, at least what you observed, it appeared, that she had a fairly good relationship with Gannon, Ms. Stauch did.
From what I observed, yes, sir.
I mean, I think you've indicated in some of these prior interviews that she appeared to care for him and he loved her.
Yeah, absolutely. I testified to that yesterday. I felt like he had some love and trust in he had some love in his heart, and he definitely had trust for her.
And you remember, was it in Mother's Day of 2018, you actually did a Mother's Day card for Ms. Stauch?
I don't remember that specifically, unless you had a picture or something.
I do. If I may approach, you may. Approach with what's been marked as B as in Bravo. B as in Bravo, yes, thank you. Does that look familiar to you?
I've seen this picture before, yes.
Okay, and that was written by Gannon to Ms. Stauch.
I cannot attest to who was written by. I was shown this picture by the defendant. Yes, sir.
Okay, does that appear to be Gannon's handwriting?
It's similar to his handwriting. Yes, sir. I don't have anything else to compare it to right now, and I haven't seen his handwriting in 3 years, Mr. Tellini.
Okay,
So
I'm referred. Go, then move forward a little bit to the January of 2017. You left on that Saturday, in January of 2020, January of 2020. You left on that Saturday, correct?
Saturday night, yes, sir, after work.
And your mom had been there for a while?
Roughly a week or so. I don't remember specifically.
What did your mom do for a living?
She is a nurse practitioner in the mental health field.
Okay. Had you had conversations with your mom about Ms. Stauch and her mental health?
Yes.
And you'd raised some concerns with your mom about Ms. Stauch's mental health?
Yes.
And your mom thought she needed to be on medication?
I don't remember that specifically. So.
Okay. You had some you left Saturday, slept most of it. You got in early Sunday morning into Oklahoma?
Yes. No, it was Sunday afternoon by the time I got there.
Okay.
Because remember when I got off the plane, the defendant shared the news about Kobe Bryant passing away.
Oh, that's right.
So it was in the afternoon some point.
Do you think Kobe Bryant fan?
I don't remember. I mean, I think so. I don't remember that sticking out. More Derek Jeter was her, and the Yankees was the defendant's super fan.
But so you had fairly decent communication with her for most of Sunday?
I believe so, yeah.
Nothing seemed out of the ordinary?
Nothing out of the ordinary Sunday.
She let you know that she took Gannon and Lena on a hike in Garden of the Gods?
I believe so. I believe we talked about that, yes, sir.
And she actually posted a photo of that on Instagram?
I don't know where she posted that photo, Mr. Twain.
You remember talking again with Detective Riley? At
this point?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Supposed to, after this, you talked to Detective Riley.
I didn't even know Detective Riley existed until I got back home and Gannon was already allegedly missing.
So sometimes, like if you're saying you don't remember stuff, then I'm going to re-reference your interview with Detective Riley and then showed you a transcript where you talked about whatever I'm talking about to Detective Riley.
Okay, so
just for procedure. So you know what? When I'm jumping back to that's why I'm doing that.
I understand. I just don't understand your question.
Okay.
We were on Sunday talking about Kobe Bryant, and then you jumped to. You remember talking to Detective Riley again? So could you clarify, please?
Absolutely. And thank you, because when I said if I ask a bad question, thank you for letting me clarify. You had told Detective Riley that she had posted that photo on her Instagram. Okay.
If I said that and you have a transcript of it, then I'm not up here to deny it. No, sir.
Would you recognize that photo?
If you showed it to me, more than likely.
Portion was marked as Defense Exhibit A. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, I recognize that photo.
Okay. And that was a photo that she posted that Sunday on her Instagram overnight.
If you're telling me that, then yes. I don't see anything on here indicating Instagram and the date timestamp, but I have no reason to deny that. So.
Your Honor, move for admission on Defense Exhibit A. Mr. Allen.
I guess I have no objection. It's just to show.
That is the admitted purpose. Okay. Oh, wow. For that limited purpose. She also indicated that he was.
Would you like this back, Mr. Flynn?
We can. Here.
I don't want to sit right in front of me.
She indicated to you that he was having some stomach problems?
Yes, sir.
And that wasn't unusual. Sometimes you would have stomach.
That was common.
Sure. She indicated to you that she was going to keep him home from school on Monday.
Yes, sir.
And at the point in time when she said that, that seemed somewhat normal to you.
Keeping him home from school didn't seem normal, but the fact that he had a stomach issue, and if it was to the point of, embarrassment or whatever, then that was absolutely acceptable.
Okay. And part of it, he would worry about incontinence at school, like he was worried about having an accident at school. That was a worry that he had.
At that point, I don't believe that was a worry of his. He typically was able to manage it well and then deal with it at home. He was 11 years old at that point, so.
And you commented to Detective Riley. Then Monday she kept him home because it didn't. We got to give him some medicine to help clean him out till he gets past that point.
And that was a common practice.
Okay.
Yes.
So he would get blocked up, and you give him Miralax to get everything out, and then he would be okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. She had also let you know about the candle in the carpet that night on Sunday night.
Sunday, January 26th.
Yes.
I believe that's when that conversation happened. Yes, sir.
Okay. And Gannon was concerned. He was worried that he was going to get grounded for a year.
All of that came from the defendant. I never spoke to Gannon about his grounding. I received messages from his phone about it, but I never spoke to him directly about that at that point.
Okay. Now, that Monday comes and you don't have, there's some communication, but maybe not as much as normal, and then you get notified that Gannon hasn't come home. Right. And I imagine at some point, that sends you, into a panic.
Well, I mean, to be clear, I was in military school and training, sure. So when you say not normal, it was actually normal for what I was doing at the time.
Okay, I mean, I'm saying when Gannon doesn't come home, and it's getting to the point where it's much later than would be normal for him to come home, even being out late. And so, I mean, you start getting very nervous.
Absolutely, because my son's not home as he should be.
No, absolutely. And then the next morning you got on a flight and you got back as quick as you can.
Absolutely.
And when you get back, initially, there's some things that seem weird about things that don't add up about what Miss Stauch is telling you. But initially, you think that you guys are all on the same page trying to find Gannon.
What things are you referencing?
The rental car.
Oh, her getting a rental car?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seemed odd.
That seems odd, but nothing that you're not suspecting her of anything at that point in time. They just seem weird that she's picking you up in a rental car.
Yeah, her picking me up in a rental car was absolutely weird. Yes, sir.
And you have some interviews, again, with some different law enforcement and so forth.
What specific interviews are you referencing?
You had a couple different ones. I think the first one, I believe it was at Starbucks, but it was with Detective Bethel.
There was a few, Detective Riley, Detective Bethel, and I think one other representative was there at Starbucks with myself and the defendant. Yes, sir.
And you're trying to figure out anything, where Gannon can be, if somebody would have taken him, anything like that, and you're talking.
I'm doing whatever I can for my son at that point, all during that time frame. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. And at some point in time, you even had thought maybe like it could be Layden or it could be Mike involved.
I don't remember ever having the thought that Landon was involved in any way. She, regardless of opinions about her, she loved her children. Mike, I have no comment on that. I don't think I ever suspected that either.
Do you remember telling Detective Bethel, the mom's married to a guy that's got a lot of trouble with the law? And that was one of my first instincts, was like when the come and go came up and they said that he would walk all nonchalant and everything was normal, like the dude was here or something, because he's got a lot of trouble in his background. So like it came to my mind. It was worth putting down. I don't know if anything is legit.
And it's exactly what I said. It came to my mind and I didn't know if anything was legit. So it's exactly what I just said.
Yeah. And then as that kind of goes on and everything like that, stuff just starts based on what Miss Stauch is telling you. It's not adding up.
Repeat that, please, sir.
As this kind of day goes on and the days are progressing, the things that Ms. Stauch is telling you about your son and where he might be, it's starting to not add up with you.
Yeah, starting with the rental car, as we've already addressed, it starts to not add up.
And then when you see that her car is not at French Elementary, like I said, was kind of, I think what you testified yesterday, that was kind of the pivotal moment for you.
Yes, sir.
And then you go down to the police station, you want her to come down as well, and she won't come down to meet you at the sheriff's station.
Just to clarify, she was supposed to be the one to go to the police station. The defendant was.
Yeah.
The first time I went down there, I went in her stead because they asked to bring something to get Gannon's DNA or whatever. And I said, he's my son. I'm going to take it down there and I'm going to, lead the charge, if you will, whatever. And then, so I went down there and that's when the first interview took place, just to clarify.
And then after that, though, you come back again. And my understanding, you were trying to get her to come down, even on that second interview, come down to the police station to be re-interviewed, or the sheriff's station.
When you say re-interviewed, you mean me or the defendant? I don't know when she was interviewed the first time or at all. I just know I went twice. The first time, as I indicated, when she was supposed to go, the defendant was supposed to go. The second time, that evening was after I had discovered the defendant's car was not where she claimed it to have been.
And then her family, she leaves the house. Initially, she doesn't take all her stuff, but she just goes to a hotel, correct?
Ms. Julian, I have no clue where she went.
She doesn't. She's no longer coming to your house.
After that would have been, let me see if I can get these dates right. The 27th was Monday. I think this would have been Wednesday the 29th after she left. I don't remember her coming back until she came to get her stuff.
Okay. And how many days after that did she come to get her stuff?
I don't remember a specific date.
Okay. But I mean, it's in that first week, though.
I don't remember a specific date, Mr. Cellini. If
Okay.
you have it, then I don't know.
No, it's fine. And she had family members that were helping her move out.
We did have a few, yes.
Okay. And then you don't ever, until I think what you said, after that point, you don't see her from then until court.
I don't believe I saw her again after she left. After she got her stuff, that within that first week, whatever the date was, until she showed up for the first court hearing after she was arrested. The defendant, that is.
Now, between then and then, I think the first pre-recorded phone call we heard was on February 13th. Had you been in communication with her?
To some degree, yes.
Was it primary text messages, phone calls?
I think it was just a mix of emails, text, phone calls. I don't remember specifically. I know there was a wide range of methods.
And at least, I mean, would it be fair to say by the time that you're doing these phone calls with her, I mean, you're convinced at that point in time she's the person responsible for your son being missing?
At minimum, a person of interest, if you will, but yeah. I had a high suspicion she was responsible.
And part of that is because, I mean, one, what she was telling you things that weren't true about leaving the car there. So that was the first thing that really shifted, correct?
When you say because, I'd rather tell you the because, but yes, that was one of the first things was that really put her as a person of interest in my mind, and I've said that repeatedly.
Absolutely. And then she goes from saying that Gannon never came home to like a couple days later saying Eduardo was down there and raped me and took Gannon at gunpoint.
No, before she left the house, the defendant told me the first rape story. We covered that yesterday.
Okay, and sorry, thank you for clarifying that. So she's still in the house with you when she comes up, changes from he just doesn't come home to this Eduardo rape story.
Yeah, I don't remember when the specific name Eduardo was given by the defendant, but the first rape story would have been Wednesday morning in our master bedroom, as I testified to yesterday.
And then you're aware that she goes down to the sheriff's statement and does an interview about the rape story.
I believe that was later that morning or early afternoon. I don't know specifically when she got there.
Okay. I mean, and at that point, it's fair to say now, I mean, whatever suspicions, I mean, your suspicions become more heightened at that point about her involvement. when it goes from he doesn't come home to this seemingly ridiculous story.
Yeah, and I've been pretty clear from the point of not finding her car where the defendant said it was. From that point forward, everything just compounded, and my suspicions just got worse and worse against the defendant.
Absolutely. And what you know of her, I think you said this to a couple people. I mean, she's an intelligent person.
You have record of me saying that to somebody?
I do. Sorry, I've got a lot of transcripts here. We're indicating that she had a stacked education.
Once again, do you have that somewhere?
Yeah, this was an interview with Detective Bethel. You may go. It's a little
So that was the second one. Do you have
that? I'll just go with that one. But you indicated that she had a stacked education.
Yeah. Obviously, I did.
You may go ahead. So after it was it that Wednesday, then after she goes down to the sheriff's station, that then she doesn't come home at that point.
So I don't know where she. So
okay, she
that
left
day
that morning.
She left sometime Wednesday, middle of the day. I don't know specifically when. Okay. Detective Riley was at the house. I heard the conversation between them two. She left with the intent to follow him downtown to the sheriff's station. I don't know where she went from there.
Did she ever come back home after that, other than to get her stuff?
Not while I was there. I never witnessed her coming back home after that.
And then in February, that's when February 13th, was that the first pretext phone call?
I believe so.
And where were these phone calls occurring at?
At the FBI office downtown.
Okay. And was this something, had you communicated with her that you wanted to talk to her on that date, or how did they know like she was going to be calling at this point in time?
Who was they?
The FBI.
Leading up to that point, there was some attempts at communicating more thoroughly with the defendant.
Yeah.
The defendant reached out to me and said, "Hey, we need to talk," as you heard in some of the phone calls.
Yeah.
So I believe, as of that, like I said this morning, I tried to keep her on the hook, if you will.
No, absolutely.
Through messages, and then all of those would have been planned to some degree, so I could be there with the FBI agents and the sheriff's office agents.
And they had kind of, or there was a plan. I mean, you were trying to get as much information out of her as you could.
Me or the
Both
authority?
you and the FBI.
I can't speak to what their plan or their intent was. My intent was to find my son, period.
Absolutely. And I think you said before when you were, Mr. Allen was questioning, a lot of the things you were saying to her was to try to keep her talking, try to get any type of information, that you can about where your son is.
Absolutely.
And trying, hope against hope to bring him home safely at this point.
Yes, sir.
And if not, then find out what had happened and hold somebody accountable.
My intent was never in that setting to hold somebody accountable. I wanted my son and I wanted to wrap my arms around him. That's it.
Absolutely. And it appeared, and maybe I'm wrong. So we had the one phone call that occurred on the 13th, and then all the other phone calls, if I'm not mistaken, occurred on February 14th.
The ones that I testified about this morning, I think those were all February 13th and 14th.
And 4th. And how, just for my clarification, how long of a gap was there between each of the phone calls? Do you remember?
I don't, but I think Mr. Allen detailed that when he said phone call on this date at this time.
What was there, just as far as your recollection, was there a long gap? Were you guys sitting around for like hours waiting in between calls, or were they fairly quick succession between each other?
Mr. Lee, I don't remember. That was a grueling time period in my life to sit there and have to keep my cool. I was talking to her when I had a strong suspicion she had all the information. So I can't attest to that, Mr.
Okay. I mean, and it's clear at least that you appear on February 13th to keep your cool very well. It appears, and if I'm wrong on this, your patience on February 14th starts to grow thin. Would that be fair to say? Let me rephrase.
Yes, thank you.
You become more and more frustrated with the cockamamie story she's telling you on February 14th.
I don't know if I think I'm frustrated, period.
Absolutely.
I think I'm at the end of my rope, period. But I did a good job keeping my cool. And if you listen to one of the phone calls, I was a little bit more aggressive verbally. And in a later phone call, I was more patient and letting her give me information. So more calculated than frustrated, Mr.
Okay, so that was part of this. You're trying different tactics to try to get information. Would that be fair?
I'm doing the best I can to find information about my son.
And was there frustration by the fact that she keeps changing these stories with no consistency between them? And I think you referred to them. These are garbage stories.
Yeah, it was very frustrating.
And that they don't make any sense. At one point in time, she says it's Eduardo, and then another point in time she says Quincy Brown's some type of paperwork fell out of his pants on that day, and that's how she knows he's Quincy Brown. I mean, none of this stuff, they were ridiculous.
Is that
I'm asking you, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I said, and you heard me say it. They're garbage stories, is what you quoted me as saying.
And even on that, the first one, the one that we heard yesterday, on that phone call that she had yesterday, she's trying very hard to convince you that she didn't have anything to do and somebody had kidnapped Gannon and taken him somewhere, and she's trying to help. It appears that is her goals of what she's telling you.
Mr. Lane, I'm not going to speak to her goals or her intent, what was going through her mind at that point.
She wasn't at that point in time trying to indicate anything mental health or anything like that. That was phone call. She's not telling you, hey, I'm crazy on the 13th, correct?
I don't believe she said that in any of those phone calls.
But in some of those phone calls, she does make some statements. And I'm going on to the February 13th phone call. He indicates at one point in time when she's talking to you, I have completely parts of the information and not part of the information.
Are you quoting that? Could you say that again?
She told you that she has part of the information, but she doesn't have part of the information. Okay. She talks to you about that night after night, I dreamed of different things that have added detail to this. Okay. She tells you that at some point she blacked out.
Are you according to, okay, then I have no reason to deny her saying that. Yes.
At one point, she says, I sit back and remember it, like play it in my mind, play it in my head again, play it in my head again, play it in my head again. She says, when I woke up and like out of the state of confusion, I was going crazy. She tells you all of it was a blur in and out, try to figure it out. I got up at one point and hoped it was a dream. Okay. And then
Is this coming in good or no?
that next phone call that occurred on the 14th.
Seems like it might be a little jerky.
She's talking to you, and she indicates you're going back and forth. I think it was the second to last phone call that you had with you. You guys are going kind of back and forth. And at one point, you're trying to figure out where Gannon is. She says, Tesha doesn't know where Gannon is.
I don't remember her saying that, but
okay.
You want to show me that? You don't have to, but I don't remember her saying that.
Okay. It's on the recording they have.
Okay.
I do know it's blurry, but it's blurry on my end, so it's the feed coming in.
As far as, and now I'm going to kind of shift to more like just general things of your relationship with Miss Stauch. You've indicated that at some point, and sometimes with her, it's like you're living on a roller coaster. She can be up and down.
Did I say that to someone?
Yeah. Again, this is a Detective Bethel. Sometimes you just got to kind of stay with her and don't ride the roller coaster. If you disagree with her, it becomes like a roller coaster. You talked about her with the kids, and you've indicated that, and this would be later in March, you did another interview, and you did this with the FBI. March 6th, 2020. I remember doing an interview with the FBI then.
I did multiple interviews, so I might need to see that one, Mr. Tlaney.
Okay. You indicated to them that sometimes it was a little strange. Sometimes she could be really great with the kids, doing everything with them, and then you'd have weeks where she would act like she didn't want anything to do with them.
You mind if I take a look at that?
Yeah,
I don't remember that doing an interview that time frame.
I may approach. You may.
Okay. Hold on, this says February 9th. It says interview of Albert Stauch, February 9th. You indicated March 9th.
That's because the first page has the 3. Okay. So you're right. So February 9th.
Thank you.
I think that was, I'm going to blame that on the FBI because on the first page of that interview, they have 3-9. You're correct. So on
Can we clarify what the date actually is of the interview?
It is, you were correct. It's February 9th. You did that interview with the FBI. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
But that point in time, he told them that some point she would be really great with the kids, and then other times she wouldn't want it. She wouldn't.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
You also, in that interview, I think it was that Monday with Detective Riley, same type of thing. Like 1 minute, considering these moments of trust moments, like right now, I say, she'd be all in, helping the kids, teach, doing homework, cooking, feeding and stuff. And then there'd be days and weeks, like it's like the kids were left in for themselves.
What Monday are you referencing?
The Monday where you had, not Monday, this would have been Tuesday, when you had the interview with Detective Riley. So January 28th.
Okay. So where this was the interview at the sheriff's office?
Yes, with Detective Riley. Okay. And you were telling him, describing how Miss Stauch was with the kids, and you indicate that there are moments and times when she's really good, she's helping the kids, doing everything like that, and then other times where it appears like she's just checked out.
Yes, sir.
You indicated that sometimes her and Layden seemed to work together to try to get you.
Yeah, probably in jest, but
okay.
Yeah.
And then other times they appear to be at each other's throats.
Who's they?
Miss Stauch and Layden.
Lena? If I said that.
Not Lena, Layden.
Landon?
Landon, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, okay, then I take back what I just said. Yeah, can you start over with Landon? Because I thought you said Lena.
And yeah, Landon. With your first ex-wife, you indicated that sometimes her and Miss Stauch would work together, like they were out to try to get you, and other times they were at their throats constantly.
Yes, sir.
You indicated, and again, if I'm jumping back and forth, that Miss Stauch would take lots of trips out of the blue and you didn't know where she got the money to do it.
Yes, sir.
You indicated when you talked to the district attorney's investigator that sometimes Miss Stauch likes to refer to herself as Taylor.
Yes, sir.
She had, jump back a little bit and we're almost done, sir.
Take time, Mr. Trilling.
Okay, thanks. When you guys first started, when you and Miss Stauch first started dating and the relationship was going well, she had talked to you about the abuse she suffered growing up.
She mentioned that there was something with one of her stepfathers. I think his name would have been Mr. Lowry, and that I don't remember it being a pattern of abuse, but some isolated events is the way she described it to me. And she eventually moved out of that house and back with her grandparents in North Carolina.
And that was James Lowry. Do you remember?
I don't know his first name. I just remember the last name Lowry.
And I don't want to get into this, but that was kind of a bond that you got, not a bond, but that was, you had in your family growing up, and I don't want to go into it, but not with you, but trauma growing up. And so that was something that, a basis that you guys could talk about initially in the relationship.
We discussed it. I don't know if it's a foundational basis like you're describing it, but.
She had issues maintaining steady employment.
I think that's a misrepresentation of what happened, but
I think you indicated that she had like 8 jobs in 3 years.
Right, and she intentionally left those jobs. It wasn't she had trouble keeping employment. She intentionally left those jobs.
Okay, but she had a lot of different jobs in a short period.
Yes, sir.
You're aware of, in the late fall of 2019, she was having mental health issues.
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that she was, well, you guys have the same insurance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that she was seeing a Dr. Rhonda Niederhauser at Fort Carson?
We did. So let me clarify. We did have the same insurance while myself and the defendant were married. Obviously no longer do. But yes, I went with her on one occasion to see Dr. Niederhauser. Well, to Fort Carson. I did not go back into the room with her. With the defendant, I stayed in the lobby, but I was with her on that visit.
And that and actually for most of your guys' relationship, she'd been prescribed lorazepam.
I don't know for sure if most of our relationship, I know she at some point saw somebody for anxiety
Okay.
and got a prescription for something. That's all I remember, Mr. Tellini.
Are you aware that Dr. Niederhauser advised her to quit her job because her mental health issues were becoming so severe?
I am not aware of that.
But you are, to your knowledge, if you know, how often was she seeing Dr. Niederhauser?
Same answer I already gave. I know that she went once, and that was the one time that I went with her. That's all I can attest to, Mr. Tellini.
When you had, again, I'm jumping back to when you had that interview with Detective Riley. At that point in time, were you having concerns about Ms. Stauch and her involvement? When you had the interview with Detective Riley?
And her involvement in what, Mr. Tellini?
In the disappearance of your son.
Yeah, we've already. Let's ask your question again, please, so I can.
When you interviewed with Detective Riley that first time, were you having concerns about her involvement?
So just to be clear, the first time by myself or
first time by yourself?
Yeah, I did have some concerns.
And you indicated that you don't think that she had any mental health issues.
No, I did indicate that I don't think she had any mental health issues.
Do you remember at that point in time telling Detective Riley, I hope that it doesn't come to that, but if you put her daughter on the hot seat, she'll say, I love my mom. You know, I wouldn't do anything without my mom, but she's freaking nuts, crazy.
So that was drawn. I remember saying that or something to that point.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you told the detective that she's crazy.
Mr. Tellini, would you quote what you just quoted to me?
Or you told the detective that Harley would say that her mom is freaking nuts, crazy.
That's what I said.
Okay. No further questions. Redirect, Mr. Allen.
There were some questions, Mr. Stauch, about the defendant being a good softball player. Do you remember those?
Yes, sir.
Does softball have rules?
Absolutely.
Did the defendant know how to follow those rules?
Absolutely.
Did she know how to play the game?
Very well.
Did she know how to use specific techniques and strategies in playing softball?
I would say her being a coach at the high school softball level would indicate all of those things are yes.
You jumped to my next question. Did she also go through efforts to teach other people how to play the rule, to follow the rules of softball?
Yes, sir.
Is that an indication that she knew the difference between right and wrong?
Yes, sir.
You were asked at the very beginning too about when you got custody of your kiddos, Gannon and Lena, that it was a safer environment with the defendant than with Landon. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
Would you have thought that if the defendant had severe mental health disease or defect?
Absolutely not.
Did she have a severe mental health disease or defect back then?
No, sir.
You're asked in different points of the cross-examination about your interviews with Detective Riley. And I want to be a little bit more of a timeline here. Do you remember having an interview with Detective Riley and other people at Starbucks, and that being your first contact with law enforcement in this case in person?
Yes, sir.
And then you went to the El Paso County Sheriff's Office to deliver, I think you said some stuff for DNA. What did you deliver?
I remember there being a toothbrush and maybe I don't remember specifically, but some sort of article of clothing, a shoe, or something that would have his. It wasn't spoken to me that way, but I assumed it was for DNA purposes.
And then I think you said that you had an interview at the end of that. When you dropped the stuff off, then you did an interview.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you remember what day that was?
That would have been Tuesday, January 28th, 2020.
Okay. The Starbucks thing, when did that occur? Was that also Tuesday, January?
Tuesday, earlier in the day.
Okay. And then you had a third interview in person at the sheriff's office when you came back. What day was that?
Later in the evening, Tuesday, January 28th, 2020.
You were asked about, specifically shown a specific page of the interview, the first one at Starbucks, where Mr. Tellini was asking you about when you got Gannon into counseling.
Yes.
And there was some disagreement between you and Mr. Tellini about when that counseling may have started, or when you said that the counseling had started. Who is Dr. Burtek?
She was I don't know specifically, but she was some sort of family health counselor that Gannon got assigned to at Fort Carson.
So could you have signed Gannon up for counseling at Fort Carson before you got to Colorado?
No, sir.
So did that occur after you got to Colorado?
Yes, sir.
Which was in when?
I got here February 15th or thereabouts, 2019.
When you were having that first contact with Detective Riley at Starbucks, did you have a lot on your mind?
Absolutely.
The information that you had on your mind as it relates to Gannon being missing, where were you getting that information from, that initial period of time?
Everything was coming from the defendant.
At that time, did you have any reason to necessarily disbelieve her that Gannon had left and not come home?
No, sir, not at that time.
And did that change over time?
Yes, sir.
Did that change over time because of the defendant's specific actions?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about you having conversations with your mother about, and Mr. Tellini said that your mother told you that she had concerns about the defendant's mental health.
That's what Mr. Tellini said, yes.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember her diagnosing the defendant based on hearsay. I remember having conversations about, the defendant's anxiety and how that affects our relationship, yes.
In your mind, did the defendant have anxiety?
I'm not a medical professional, but I would say she had some form of it. She had, some anxiety here and there about different things.
Even if she had that anxiety, in your lay opinion, was she able to function?
Absolutely.
Could she make a meal?
Absolutely.
Could she make a Denver omelet if she wanted to?
Maybe get some Chick-fil-A sandwiches, but yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Could she scramble eggs?
She could, yes.
Put some cheese on the eggs?
Yes, sir.
Without burning herself?
Yes, sir.
What about cut up vegetables?
Yes, sir.
Could she do that without cutting herself?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever run out in the street yelling, screaming naked?
Not that I remember, no, sir.
You were asked about the rental car and about that being odd. Do you remember that in the cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Did that appear to you in your mind to be a way of manipulating what was happening with the investigation?
It's hard for me to say. Once again, as you said already, that was a time period when I was just weighed down with worry. The reason she gave, I think we've talked about already, I'm not sure, but was about the mileage on her lease, and so she had to get a rental car, which was something the defendant had said repeatedly over time. So looking back, I can make an assessment, but in the moment, it was just a ridiculous thing that I just blew past. I was more worried about getting out there and doing what we could to find Gannon.
Well, if in your mind, if your kid is missing, are you worried about the miles you're putting on your car?
And I believe I've said that already. No, there's nothing more important than finding that little boy.
And so the fact that her car was hidden somewhere, was that, when you put two and two together, was that a form in your mind of her manipulating the investigation?
Absolutely. That's why I freaked out and went back down to do another interview with the sheriff's office.
You were asked about the, again, going back to the Starbucks interview with Mark Riley, the first one on January 28th, about you expressing some concerns about Landon's ex-husband, Mike Hyatt. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And talking about the trouble that he had in his background.
Yes, sir.
Again, at that time, were you operating on limited information?
Yes, sir.
Were you racking your brain trying to figure out what might have happened with Gannon?
Yes, sir. I was just going through every possible, any variable, anything possible that would have led us closer to him.
Would you characterize that as you were going through every known variable in your mind and then trying to cross them off to see whether there was any connection to Gannon being missing?
Yeah, in conjunction with variables and information that was being fed from the defendant as well.
Okay. You did 3 interviews on January 28th.
Yes, sir.
1 at Starbucks and then 2 at the sheriff's office later that day.
Yes, sir.
Did it seem odd to you that the defendant was resisting going to the sheriff's office and giving an interview?
Yes, sir.
Why?
Once again, if the feelings are true and honest about we need to work together to find Gannon, as the defendant said repeatedly, what is there to hide from? Why would you not go down there? What is keeping you, the defendant, from coming down there?
Okay. And did that appear in your mind to be a conscious decision the defendant was making to resist going to the sheriff's office and give an interview?
Absolutely.
You talked about getting text messages and phone calls during this time that these recorded phone calls were happening.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant change the source of those phone calls over time? And let me be more clear. You obviously gave us earlier her specific phone number that you knew you had with her at AT&T.
Yes, sir.
Did you start getting phone calls and texts from her that weren't from necessarily AT&T, the account that you knew about?
Yes, sir. I got phone calls and text messages from multiple different phone numbers, and emails started coming from her email, which to me indicated it was no longer. I also got messages from her iCloud, is what I'm trying to say. So, which indicated me she no longer had her normal phone, and she was using some alternate method of communication, if that makes sense.
It does. And so, again, did that indicate to you more conscious decision making that she was still able to communicate with you, even though her phone might have been seized by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Able to navigate that sort of framework of figuring out other ways to text you or call you?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about these phone calls that we've heard in the stories that the defendant was giving you, and the way Mr. Tellini characterized them was that there was no consistency in the stories. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Were there, in fact, actually consistencies with her stories and what was happening with the investigation?
Yes, sir. For instance, once the search shifted to, say, northern El Paso, Douglas County area, on that county line road area that the defendant indicated in the phone calls, I felt like she had to place herself there somehow, and that's what she did in that phone call.
Are you suggesting in your mind that that was a way for her to explain away why her GPS would show her there?
Yes, sir.
State jury will disregard the answer.
She also gave you a description of blood being in the garage and in Gannon's room.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that there was blood found in the garage and in his bedroom?
Yes, sir.
And then as it relates to that El Paso County, Douglas County line, so up north, were you aware that there was a board with Gannon's blood and DNA found on it up in that area?
I was made aware of that, yes, sir.
You got into some questions about your relationship with the defendant, and you were specifically asked about a statement you made about the relationship between the two of you was like riding a roller coaster. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Why was it like riding a roller coaster?
I think that's the normal ebb and flow of many relationships. I don't think that's uncommon. We had our ups and downs in our relationship. That's what that indicated.
Well, let me ask you more specifically, based on your belief that she would manipulate you sometimes, did that add to the effect of riding a roller coaster?
Yeah, that would have been the extreme lows in our relationship. Yes, sir.
When she would manipulate you?
Yes, sir.
Was it common for her to manipulate you?
Yes, sir.
You were asked about sometimes she would be great and sometimes not. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
When the sometimes not period of time, What was that a result of?
Oftentimes, a result of that manipulation that we just discussed, or lies or mistruths the defendant would tell that I would have to sort through, as you heard me do in these phone calls. I have to sort through these lies and get to the truth.
Was it ever those lows, the sometimes not part, were those ever a result of her suffering from a severe mental illness or disease?
No, sir.
Ever?
No, sir.
You were asked about the defendant referring to herself as Taylor. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury about that. What does that mean?
So I believe when I met the defendant, her Facebook profile said Tisha Taylor Arden. And of course, I had questions about that because her middle name is Lynn, I believe, the defendant's middle name. The defendant would always say, I always wanted my middle name to be Taylor. I don't like the name Lynn. And that's where I left it at that. So anytime Taylor ever came up, I just, in my mind, referred back to that's what she preferred her name to be.
Well, did she ever use the name Taylor and start acting crazy?
No, sir.
Did she ever use the name Taylor and start talking in other languages?
No, sir.
Did she ever use the name Taylor and start having other personalities?
No, sir.
Was Taylor ever associated with her having a severe mental illness or disease or defect?
No, sir.
You were asked about the defendant having difficulty maintaining steady employment. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
You answered that the defendant intentionally left those jobs.
Yes, sir.
So expand on that for the jury. What do you mean by that?
So, for instance, when we, I think in the tail end of our dating relationship, in the first part of our married relationship, she was working at Myrtle Beach Middle or Elementary School and quit, resigned from that position, causing her to have to seek new employment.
Okay.
And why that's significant, because I disagreed with the decision. It was what I, outside looking in, a great place of employment for her, and she seemed fine there.
Okay. And then you were asked about Dr. Niederhauser, right? Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Sweeney told you that the defendant was being seen for anxiety. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
Did you know whether she was being seen for anxiety or not?
I did not. Once again, I only accompanied her as far as the waiting room that one visit, and then she went to the back, was seen, and then the defendant, that is, came out, and we went home.
To your knowledge, was the defendant ever seen for a severe mental disease or defect?
No, sir.
And then finally, do you remember the defendant in this investigation, whether she ever told you to not talk to the police?
She did.
How many times?
I don't remember how many times. One stands out specifically.
Okay. And then did you try to call her during your second interview?
I believe I did. I'd have to hear or listen to it to confirm, but I think so.
And I'm talking about your interview that you did with Detective Riley at the sheriff's office.
So the first one at the sheriff's office?
Second interview at the sheriff's office. Evening?
So the third one total?
Yes, let me finish. The second interview at the sheriff's office, so you're right, it would be the third, but only the second one at the sheriff's office, evening of January 28th.
I believe I did try to call her, yes, sir.
Were you able to get a hold of her?
No, sir.
You know why you were not able to get a hold of her?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Stauch? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Called Macon Ponder to the stand, Your Honor.
Mr. Ponder, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir.
Sorry.
Actually, yep, up here. Everybody does that. That's okay. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. The chair does not move. Everybody does that. The microphone moves, but the chair does not. All right. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ponder. How are you doing?
Good, sir. How are you?
Good. You and I never formally met. I'm Dave Young. I talked to you on the phone, I believe. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And where do you currently reside?
Panama City, Florida, sir.
And Did you just fly in from Florida?
Yes, sir. I flew in yesterday.
Did you pack a coat?
I did. I left, it was 80 degrees, and got here and it was about 20. So
I was worried about that, so I'm glad you did that. Mr. Ponder, what's your occupation?
Sir, I'm a bridge inspector for the Florida Department of Transportation. I'm the senior underwater dive team leader.
And how long have you been a bridge inspector?
Roughly 12 years now.
And what do you do as a bridge inspector? I know the title's kind of self-explanatory, but let the jury know what you do.
The short and skinny is basically we, every 2 years, our bridges are required to be inspected. We get a list of bridges each month, and we break up into teams and go and inspect those bridges accordingly each month.
And how often would you inspect certain bridges?
Every 2 years.
Okay. And I'm going to take you back to March 17th, 2020. Were you in that role as a bridge inspector back then in Florida?
Yes, sir.
And did you have an opportunity to be inspecting a bridge by the name of Escambia Bridge?
Yes, sir.
And what's the name of that bridge? Did I get that right?
Yes, sir. Just Escambia River Bridge.
And can you describe this bridge for the jury?
Yes, it's just a concrete bridge, rather long. Basically the environment out there is the river is closer to what we would call the near end of it. And after you get over the river, the bridge actually continues on for a lot further, just due to the marshy area. There's marsh on both sides. It's really inaccessible to any vehicles.
And what city is this bridge close to?
Pensacola, Florida.
And how close is this bridge to the actual ocean, the Gulf of Mexico?
Several miles. As the crow flies, maybe 7 or 8 miles.
And I'm assuming, does the bridge go over the Escambia River?
Yes, sir.
And does the river go into the Gulf of Mexico?
Eventually, the river actually dumps out into Escambia Bay, and then Escambia Bay goes out to the pass and then into the Gulf of Mexico.
And how often, was this another 2 years you would inspect this particular bridge every 2 years?
Yes, sir. Our department for the state of Florida, we inspect bridges every 2 years on interstate systems and any state roads. They have some different stipulations on our county bridges, but our office only handles state highways in the interstate.
So it would have been March of 2018 or approximately then when this bridge was inspected last. Is that fair?
It would have been inspected 2 years prior in the month of March. It doesn't have to be on the exact day.
And approximately how long is this entire bridge that you're inspecting?
I would say roughly 12 to 1,300 feet.
Okay. Is that the only part that covers the river, or is it, when you talk about this marsh area, does the bridge extend over a marsh area as well?
Yes, sir.
And so would that be miles or?
No, that whole area is fairly marshy. There's a set of bridges all the way down through that on that span of US 90. That just happens to be the first bridge on that, starting in that span on that stretch of highway.
So what are you doing when you go out to this particular bridge to inspect it? What are you looking for?
Our job as bridge inspectors to find any kind of defects, any kind of issues that would harm the traveling public. We look for cracks in the deck, cracks in the underside of the deck. As a diver, we look at the piles underwater, look at any kind of cracks and spalls being any kind of missing concrete on those piles or columns. And if it was a steel structure, it'd be the same thing. You'd look for cracks and welds and stuff.
And so do you have someone, particularly on March 17th, 2020, with you as you're doing this inspection?
Yes, sir. We always go out as a team, primarily for safety, but also, we're always on the interstate or on busy roads. So we're always having somebody watch our back when we're taking the notes and watching out for traffic or operating a piece of equipment, if need be, while somebody else is taking notes.
And so do you inspect the surface area of the bridge as well as the side of the bridge and below the bridge? And you indicated you even get in the water and look at the pillars.
Absolutely. Yes, sir. We try to do the best we can to look at 100% of the bridge every inspection.
So could you please tell the jury about March 17, 2020? Did you locate something? Did you locate a suitcase underneath the bridge?
Yes, sir. During that inspection, the particular bridge that we were inspecting requires an underbridge inspection machine. The particular machine allows us to gain access to the underside of the bridge due to the height and over water. As we were inspecting the underside of the bridge and we're coming to the end of it, my partner and I that were in the basket noticed a suitcase towards the end of the bridge, close to, it's kind of laying in a marshy area and a little bit of woods right next to the edge of the bridge. And we just noticed it down there. It was a point of interest when we got down there. We didn't look at it then. We just made a note to come back to it later on.
And who was your partner? What was his name?
Matthew Goins.
And so when you first noticed this suitcase, where are you and Mr. Goins at?
When we first noticed it, to back up before getting into the piece of equipment, we also walk across the deck and take soundings, one at each pier on both sides of the bridge, and that gives us any indication of any settlement or anything that might be failing on the bridge. And that requires dropping down a measuring tape essentially with a weight on it and measuring the height up to the edge of the bridge to the top of the barrier wall. And when we looked over, the suitcase was right next to the edge of a bent where we were taking the measurement. Had it been in the middle of a bent or in the middle of a span, we may have not even noticed it. But because of its location, it was right next to where we dropped our profile tape, is what we call it, to take the measurement. We immediately saw it as soon as we dropped it down.
And so, I'm not a Navy guy. When you say deck, are you talking about the road area of the bridge where the vehicles go?
Yes, sir. That's what we call the deck. We take our measurements at the top of the barrier wall. Anybody that's driven over a bridge, the concrete walls on the outside is where we take our measurements from.
And so are you and Mr. Goins looking over the edge of the bridge and you see a suitcase directly down below?
Yes, sir.
What side of the bridge are you on, the eastbound lanes or the westbound lanes?
We're on the eastbound lane and we were on the east or the right side of the structure.
And so you note that there's a suitcase there, but then you go on with the inspection?
Yes, sir.
And tell us about that. Do you go all the way across the bridge and then work your way back, or how does that work?
Well, generally when we're taking a profile, we'll start at what we call the near end, which for our reference, we work from west to east or south to north. In this case, we were working west to east. We started on the right side of the bridge heading east. When we finish that profile, and yes, we do turn back around and we work from east to west back to where we started. And that's when we get into the truck and start our under bridge inspection.
And when you start your under bridge inspection, is that when you get back to the area where the suitcase is?
It wasn't for, no, sir. It wasn't for probably roughly an hour, hour and a half later, maybe even a little bit longer, because when we started the under inspection, we start back at the beginning of the bridge. And where we found the suitcase was almost at the very end of the bridge.
And this bridge goes east and west, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you're starting the undercarriage portion on the east side, working your way west, is that right?
No, sir. We're starting on the west end, working towards the east.
Okay. And so what happens when you get back to that area where the suitcase is?
Because of the profile and as the bridge, there's the hump in the bridge. When we got towards the end of the structure, the bridge starts to become lower, closer to the ground. And at that point, we didn't need the truck anymore. So we were able to lower the basket down to the ground line and get out and was going to finish our inspection from there. And that's when we lowered down to the ground, we remembered that we had seen the suitcase. We finished up our inspection and then went back to the suitcase.
And why did you go back to the suitcase?
Pure curiosity.
Okay. And again, is Mr. Goins with you at this point in time as well?
Yes, sir.
So what happens when you get back to the suitcase?
we got back to the suitcase, and where it was lying kind of an odd angle, but the handle was towards the underside of the bridge. So I reached out for the handle and immediately noticed it was very, very heavy. And I looked back and remember telling Matt, I said, I don't know what's in this. I said, but it's heavy. I said, and where it was at, it had a possibility of being waterlogged. We didn't know whether it was clothing or something in it. We just noticed that whatever it was probably waterlogged and saturated, just due to how heavy it was.
And I imagine you get a lot of rain in Florida.
Yes, sir.
Do you get a lot of rain in the months of February and March?
We can. March normally is fairly rainy season, but again, where the suitcase was really right at the edge of the marsh, and depending on tide, you don't necessarily have to have a lot of rain for that area to be influenced by tide.
Okay. So you, Mr. Goins, get up to the suitcase. You said it appeared to be heavy. What happened after that?
Because of where it was at, it was very, very marshy and muddy. We, of course, didn't know what was in it, but underneath the bridge where it was at was very flat and sandy. And we kind of like made the decision, let's pull it out of the mud and pull it underneath the bridge where it was flat and sandy, and whatever it was in it, let's just open it there rather than in the muddy marsh, just sticks and a lot of sticks and stuff there. So we pulled it underneath the bridge.
And what did you open it?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that.
I was the first one to unzip it. And before we opened it, as soon as we unzipped it, we immediately noticed the smell. That's what hit us first.
Trying to fix
I remember looking up at Matt, who's quite a bit taller than me. And I said, Matt, I think there's something dead in here. And unfortunately, we do come across, sometimes somebody will throw out a litter of puppies or something in a bag, and that's not uncommon. And it smelled, but it was so strong. It was different that day. So I didn't initially open it, and we kind of thought about what we were going to do first. When we finally went ahead and unzipped the rest of it, the smell was so overpowering. We kind of took a step back. And the first thing I remember seeing was just 2 little feet, and that had little football socks on them. The best I remember, I remember there being little socks on them. And before anything else happened, I couldn't really make out what it was. Matt dumped the suitcase over, and of course, we initially immediately knew it was a body. But after looking at it, it was we couldn't tell male or female, boy or girl. We didn't know. A lot of black hair. And then I turned away.
What was the size of the suitcase? Do you remember?
Roughly the size of a checked bag. It was too. It wouldn't have been it was too big to be a carry-on, but roughly the size of an older checked bag suitcase.
And was there anything else in the suitcase besides the body?
Lots of blankets. There may have been a pillow or something. I just remember a lot of bedding in there, and blankets. It was kind of the body was in a fetal position and partially wrapped up, so we couldn't tell a whole lot until we dumped it out. And again, I turned my head.
What did you do after that?
Walked away. I immediately said we went ahead and called the inspection right there. I didn't have my cell phone with me. Matt did at the time. He's a volunteer firefighter, and he's dealt with some of this stuff, and I was very, very thankful to have him there. We immediately dialed 911 and got them on their way. And then I walked up back to the top of the bridge and talked to our truck operator and told him kind of what was going on, that they were shutting it down. And then just waited for authorities to get there.
Okay. And did members of the Santa Rosa Sheriff's Office eventually show up?
Yes, sir.
And did they interview you and Mr. Goins and process that scene as it was theirs?
Yes, sir.
After we talked on the phone a few weeks ago, did you get an email from me of a Google Earth image of this bridge we've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
And did you yourself mark a red arrow on that Google image as to where the body was found back on March 17th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
If I may approach the
I'm going to try to see if I can play with the layout just a little bit to see if we can get it a little bit
I'm going
different.
to show you People's Exhibit 60.
All right, I want to push him up here.
61 and 62 are going to be larger. See that?
Mr. Ponder,
Yes,
if you
sir.
were
Yeah.
looking for a drink of water, there's a water pitcher right there and some cups if you would like some.
It's not going to let me put it where I want it. Okay, shoot. That sucks.
Be careful when you take the lid off, it comes out fast.
It's not even stacking them right. I don't know what they're. All right, this is the best I can get it.
You could just take a moment to look at those photographs, and then I'll ask you some questions about them. Have you had a chance to do that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Absolutely.
I want to start with People's Exhibit 60. Is People's Exhibit 60 one of the Google Earth images I sent to you?
Yes, sir.
And does that accurately depict the Scambia Bridge, River Bridge, as you knew it back on March 17th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Do all the photographs that I've given you, including the two ones that are on boards here to your left, accurately depict that bridge as it looked like on March 17th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Now, at this time, I'd move to admit People's Exhibit 60 through 69.
Defense? Exhibit 60 through 69 will be admitted. Go ahead.
I'm going to publish People's Exhibit 60, which is going to be on that TV behind you and on this TV to my left. Let's look at People's Exhibit 60 here on the TV screen. Is that the Google Earth image we talked about earlier?
Yes, sir.
Could you just describe the bridge as we're looking at on this?
In what way, sir?
Well, let's see if there's a
You may.
pointer up here. We're old school. So we use these things.
Okay.
Can you just kind of point out the direction of the bridge if we see the river in this image?
So this is the Scambia River here. Our inspection would start on the west end here, work towards the east. Each of these concrete piers you can see here is what we call vents. And that's where earlier, as I explained, taking the measurements from. So that's each of those that we stop at is where we take our measurements from, working from the near end or the west, working towards the east end. Also, as I was saying, that from the river forward, this area all here is marsh. It is over here really is also, and actually it's just very inaccessible to, except for there's a little service road here. It doesn't really go anywhere, but there's even some boats and stuff still left out here from previous hurricanes that nobody can get to.
And so I'm assuming that's not a populated area.
No, sir.
Maybe some wildlife.
Probably lots.
Okay. Are there any lights on this bridge?
I don't believe so. I don't remember. A lot of times the channel is lit. There is a fender system there that would have been lit in the evenings, but I can't remember if there's lights. I want to say there is. It's pretty dark out there, and I'm pretty sure there are light poles on there. Actually, now to come to think of it, because as we use our machine, we have to come up and over each of those, which is kind of a pain. But yeah, actually, I do believe it is lit, sir.
Okay. And as you're driving across this whole area, the marshy area here, if it's at night, would you know whether or not water would be underneath the bridge or not?
If you were unfamiliar with the area, no. I would say somebody who's driving across it that had never driven across it before and didn't know the area, you wouldn't think you were out of the water or over the water until you got back onto the pavement. Where this is a concrete bridge, you can see where the concrete ends and the pavement begins. You're still actually elevated all the way up to the end of the bridge, elevated off the ground.
And now below that TV there, I put up People's Exhibit 61. Do you recognize that one?
Yes, sir.
And is that the exhibit that you emailed back to me with the red arrow on there?
Yes, sir.
And please tell the jury what we see in that exhibit using that pointer.
The arrow marks approximately where Matt and I found the suitcase that day. It's a little hard to see in that in the picture. You can kind of see again where the vents are, lines in the road. One of the measurements right here. The suitcase was roughly just right over the bridge rail, at the very edge of the marsh there.
And if we can go to People's Exhibit 62 at this time, or 63, I'm sorry. And now we have People's Exhibit 63 up. I'm going to place People's Exhibit 62 on the ESO. What do we see here in People's Exhibit 63?
Just a magnified image of the structure.
Is this, again, an indication that you emailed to me with the red arrow saying where Mr. Collins found the suitcase?
Yes, sir.
And I want to talk to you about this concrete area of the bridge.
Okay.
Is there an area, what I would refer to as a shoulder area to park your vehicle?
Yes, sir. The shoulder area would be indicated by the white hash marks on the right side of the bridge. If not here, this is there we go. This is going to be your shoulder. The hash marks here with the where you would be able to pull off the side of the road. Just barely visible, you can see the center line here. This is a 2-lane bridge. So there's almost room there for another lane, but that's just what we call a safety lane to be able to pull over and if you were having car troubles.
So plenty of room to park a vehicle there.
Yes, sir.
And where this arrow is, and I know you may not be precise, but is that the general area where you and Mr. Goins were taking your measurements when you first saw the suitcase looking over the side of the bridge?
Yes, sir.
It was directly below what you called, was the barrier?
What we would call a bent, and that's basically just the space in between each span, where the columns would hold up. Each column is what we call a bent, and then just in between those two is what we call the span.
We can go to People's Exhibit 64 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 64?
A picture appears to be looking on that is taken on the westbound bridge, and that is in the safety lane of the westbound, which would also be though on the far end of that structure. The picture is looking west. Looking west, sir.
And so can you refer back to People's Exhibit 62 on the board here to your left?
Yes.
And just kind of point out which lane to travel.
The picture's approximately. Each of these are what we call the vents.
So could you have access to get underneath the eastbound lanes by pulling over in this area?
You would have access, but it'd be very difficult to access that area. It's also what we call slope protection or rock rubble. And a lot of times those rocks move easily, they slip, they shift. You could walk down there, but you'd have to be very careful.
So looking at this People's Exhibit 64, can you see the general area where the suitcase may have been from this one?
To the best of my knowledge, that's a little further past where we found it. The suitcase would have been further east.
No problem. Let's go to People's Exhibit 65, please. Now, what do we see in People's Exhibit 65?
Where the suitcase was found.
Now, is this where you, Mr. Goins, pulled it out to and emptied the contents?
Yes, sir.
Did you use your pointer and just point out where the suitcase is in this image? So would this photograph be taken from east?
So how are we doing? Is the image coming in okay?
Westbound lanes, looking back.
Still doing good on your end?
Yes, sir.
We can go to People's Exhibit 66 now. What do we see in People's Exhibit 66?
Again, where the suitcase was opened.
And could you point out the general area of where you and Mr. Goins pulled the suitcase out?
And this is where the measurement would have been taken. Why we noticed where it was at, because it was right over next to the edge of the.
And just so the record's clear, you said the measurements were taken where we see the pillars for the bridge?
Yes, sir.
So you would have been looking down directly off the edge of the bridge where those pillars are?
Yes, sir.
And the suitcase would have been located to the right of the pillars as you're looking down?
Yes, sir.
And about how many feet, again, estimate, did you guys pull that out of that marshy area to its right?
I would say roughly 10 feet, maybe not even that far. It was almost directly below the barrier rail.
And when you moved the suitcase, did it leave an indentation in the ground?
I honestly can't remember. I didn't notice. The part I did notice was the suitcase was at an odd angle. It looks like it had fallen on a corner of the suitcase. It wasn't flat, but it was sitting at an odd angle.
Did you point out to members of the sheriff's department exactly where the suitcase was at when you first saw it?
Yes, sir.
And were they able to take photographs to that area as far as you?
Yes, sir.
We can go to People's Exhibit 67. What do we see in People's Exhibit 67?
See the bedding and the open suitcase.
Could you point out the bedding? And was the body wrapped around this bedding?
Yes, sir.
And that's where you left it when you went to go call 911?
Yes, sir.
We go to People's Exhibit 68, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 68?
Just the edge of the marsh line.
Is this area?
How's the
consistent
video
where
quality on
the
your
suitcase
end?
May have been when you
Guys.
you and Mr. Goins pulled it out.
Yes, sir.
You go to 69. You recognize this.
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
Just again, right there where the suitcase was found. And you can see, and I don't know how long it had been there, but the bushes and stuff are pushed to the side.
Just a second, Your Honor.
You may.
Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Ponder.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good, sir.
My name is Will Cook, and I represent the defendant in this case. I'm going to ask you some follow-up questions. When you were doing the bridge inspection, did you have any kind of machine, like a cherry picker? I don't know what you would call it, a cherry picker that would kind of reach under the bridge so you could do a visual examination of the underside of the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Video.
Were y'all using that device yet when you discovered the body?
It's
or
not
were you
showing me
doing
on
the
my end. I don't know
soundings
what's going
and
on.
then
I'm
gonna
going to
come
call
back and
Verizon
do
again.
work with equipment?
We were performing the soundings first, the profile.
Okay.
And then
The
come back
computer
with
might be
the,
full
what we
because
call
I'm
a
doing a lot of work on it
snooper
too.
or an
Sorry,
under-bridge
guys.
inspection machine.
Okay.
That's all
And
I
the
got on my end,
soundings,
too.
you're just going along, walking along the edge of the bridge and dropping a line and seeing what the length of it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would take that sounding measurement at each pier of the bridge? Does some of the areas where it looks like the bridge is elevated, I guess by definition a bridge is elevated, but is that because the river will sometimes flood up and that will be actually, instead of land or ground, it'll be flood water underneath the bridge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that happen every year, or is that like 100-year flood, 50-year flood, something that happens every spring or summer, or just depends on the weather?
Depends on the weather, how much rain we've had. That area also, pictures are gone, but there's several boats in there. That area, it's a tendency to flood during, obviously during hurricanes, and also during tides. That area is all tidal.
Mm-hmm.
So during high tides, it has a tendency for the water to be higher or lower at different times of the year.
Okay. Now, on Exhibit 60, that was on the board, it looked like on the other side of the river from where the body and the suitcase were found, it looks like there's a smaller river or tributary of the Escambia River.
Are you talking about the north side of the bridge, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that looks like maybe it's a marina or a boat launch or something there? It doesn't have it on that one. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? You may, sure. So, yeah, it's not very clear here, but it was very clear on the latch thing. Is there a marina or settlement or something like that there?
It is a marina, sir. I was unclear where you were talking about that.
I'm sorry. That's why I approached. Is that a permanent marina where people keep their boats all the time?
Yes, sir. It's just a small tributary that runs back up. I don't believe it goes to the north just a little bit. There's a little marina on that side of the bridge as well. There's actually a marina on both sides, the north and south side of the bridge.
So just on the other side of the bridge from where the suitcase was found, there's settlement. There's two marinas. There's stuff going on, presumably lights and civilization, for lack of a better word.
I'm sure the marina's lit up at night. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you had mentioned the suitcase was very heavy and seemed waterlogged. This date back in March of 2020, I think March 17th of 2020, you testified to. Had there been flooding under the bridge in the weeks preceding the discovery of this suitcase?
I'm not for sure, sir.
Not for sure. Okay. Just a second, Your Honor. Right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect.
Oh, thanks, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Ponder? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I think at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an afternoon break. So if I can have everyone back in the jury room and ready to go at, say, 3:10, we should be able to start on time at that point. All rise for the jury, please.
All right. I take it we're on break. I was listening to something with an earbud, and I looked up, and it looked like they were going on. I don't know what the lag is for. I don't know if it's my
record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up for our next witness prosecution?
Nothing for the people.
Defense? Okay, correct. We'll be back at 3:10.
What time, Your Honor? I have to run to DST.
3:10.
3:10. Okay, thanks.
is it taking a break, or let me go back over here. Oh no, it's the panel's still up, so they must just be taking a break.
Yes, sure.
Lagging audio is lagging. Okay. It's not showing anything on my end. Let me check this side. Give me a second. I can tell it's kind of lagging on when I'm opening my links. There we go. All right. First time I've had a judge ask the jury if they have any questions to ask the witness. I know. But, they are the ones that are, they're the jury of this. And I don't see why they wouldn't be able to ask questions themselves anyways if they're trying, especially a case that's capital murder. You know what I'm saying? It just seems like it would be something that they would consider as part of the judicial process. Yeah, I'm watching YouTube. It is their stream, not yours. Okay, gotcha. All right, yeah, because I'm watching it from mine and it's shaky on my end, but I didn't know if it was maybe my internet because all my signals are like just popping over here. They're looking great. The speed's great. I noticed that when I make one of the cameras or one of the screens bigger, the quality of the picture is degraded. I noticed that it was blurry when I got it like bigger, but I wanted it bigger so it was crystal clear on the phone and people on the phones could actually see it a little bit better. Okay. Thank you, Pebbles. I'm still about 4 minutes behind, but what they're saying. So it was kind of funny. I have to be honest, and don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me. I love you guys. You guys are beautiful people, and I'm listening to this. But I noticed that Dolly had went live, and I was just looking through my phone, and it pops up, and his thumbnail was hilarious. His thumbnail for his live was hilarious. So I was just going over there, and he's already in quite a significant way. So I was just popping through there and seeing what all he was saying, and it's like, it's still the same stuff. These people, they try to gaslight you. They do everything that they say you're doing to them, and then they try to take your channel. It's really sad that they got nothing better to do. I would wish people, instead of doing childish, stuff like that, would actually just put that energy to good, like just to help someone. If you've got that much time to burn, to be nasty, you've got that much time to, be helping a homeless person at a soup kitchen, or, maybe volunteering at the animal services to make sure the dogs are being taken care of and walked. And if you've got that much time on your hands, you would think you would want to be doing it for good and not this childish nonsense. This is like, high school Mean Girls. I mean, it's so juvenile. It's just childish. And to think that these are grown people, it's just, if people don't think that's insane, I mean, I don't know how, like, normal people don't think that this is just nuts. But either way, it is what it is. I feel bad for Molly, but I'm hearing it had something to do with the driver's license. Do I think she might have been set up? I kind of do. But I don't know. I don't know the details. I haven't had an opportunity. Marissa just buried her mother. Like, these animals could not even give her some just breathing room. They're just, God have mercy on their souls. I mean, seriously, they were just evil. Just evil. I don't know what else to say. So, is it a drama channel? Whose drama channel? If I'm doing whatever I'm doing on here, I don't know who that Jay is. Is this a drama channel? This is not a drama channel. So, if you don't like what's going on this channel, please change the station. I mean, if you want to ever comment here again, because you come here with this craziness, you'll just get blocked. I'll tell you that. And this is my channel, so I can do whatever I want.
So
you don't like it, tough shit. As my mama would say, titty said the kitty, but the milk's still good. So this is not a PC channel. This is not a we worry about your feelings channel. This is you piss Bullhorn Betty off. You're probably going to be insulted and have to call your mama crying. We're pretty abrasive, so don't start with all the nonsense. Yeah, it's just so juvenile. And even that, just coming into people and just bothering, like, what am I doing to anybody on YouTube? If people want to watch, they should have the right to watch. Where is the liberty in this country? People just thinking that because they don't like it, they can tell you what to do. The only person you control is yourself. You don't like it, you get up, move, or you change the channel. You don't sit there trying to make people change to suit you. Get out of here with that nonsense. Get out of here with that nonsense. I entered 10 puns in a contest to see which would win. 10 puns in a contest to see which one would win. Which contest? J is for juvenile. Makes sense, right? Right. So if you guys heard me bumping around in here, well, first I got up, I was getting a little hungry, so I had some cereal, but my cereal was really crunchy, so I didn't want to distract from the channel, so I stayed at the door and ate my cereal. And then I'm like, well, I'm just sitting here, I'm watching it, and I'm not really paying attention. I'm reading the chat, and so I figured, well, it's a good time to start laundry. So I started a load of laundry. Yay! So the bag is almost emptied out. Who ever heard of me coming in and the same day I arrive home, the bag being unpacked and put away? So it's all about progress, not perfection. Yeah, we're primarily drama free over here. You know, I usually, but when this channel starts taking on drama, it's usually when I've had enough of the hypocrisy and the BS, and you know they can do it, but we can't. You know, I can show you I can do it better. I can do it a lot better. And not only that, not only do I not get a community strike, every single one of my videos are brought up. And not only that, we just got the records in. My public records request came in from the city and county. And that thing on her lip is an earring. It is an earring. And she's a violent person. She likes tire irons, wouldn't you know? And she likes beating up people in front of her children. 2019, beating up a girl in a store, beating her up outside of the car, and then going in the store and beating her up both times in front of her kids. Her kids, because she thought the girl was sleeping with her boyfriend. Kids watching their mother violate the law and get arrested and go to jail. Unbelievable. So while we wait, I'll go on the back side and just, I know I've missed a lot. So we'll just look at some viewer activity that we got on here. Thank you, Jeannie. Love you too. I'm glad you love the show. So Jennifer L wrote, had BHB withdrawals, LOL. Then she says, my hero, sepsis. Oh, I missed yours. A fox with a heart. That is so, so cute. Okie Crime News talking about the Letecia Stauch, saying there's a special place in hell for her. And Jeannie, love your show. God bless you guys. You guys are amazing. We're still running a poll. If you hadn't had an opportunity to take the poll, as many of you know, when we do these trials, we like to do the polls.
We can do that after.
See how where we are. Okay. We have hot mics.
So we'll introduce it to her.
Yeah, and by clicking the like button, guys, you are helping the algorithm, because sometimes these trials, especially on this channel, we don't get a lot of high viewership. It's more of a lot of people that like to watch the trial portion. Not a lot of people like to hear about active cases and, you know, putting the puzzle together. But, you know, the trial part is boring for them. So, long story short, you know, we have lower numbers on these trials. So if we don't get those likes up, it does hurt my algorithm. I could build it back up once we start another case. It's not a big deal, but it does lower that participation rate. So if you guys could just do me the solid and hit that like button, it's always appreciated. Always appreciated. Oh, nice to see you, TD. Mab in the house. I heard you're my island buddy. Nice to see ya. Nice to see ya. I heard we made it to the island. They drugged me. They lassoed me and drugged me back. I'm an unwilling participant. But I like it. I like it. I always have fun. When we do the Turtle Island stuff. Now we get to try to get the people over here to stay up a little late and make sure Bullhorn Betty doesn't get knocked off the island. We want to get that championship belt. I want to see. You know what? Instead of those corners, you know how he put Justin, he was the winner and he was going to put Justin's face on the side. I don't want that on the side. I want a special one. I want like the outline of, or that one where Dolly has that cowboy hat, like just on the side, and then a turtle, like a little sea turtle, you know, and just right there. I think that would be cool. That'd be cool. So, and look what Sonia did for me. I'm official. Dolly promised me a bedazzled bullhorn. Well, it was kind of joking in nature. And then I'm like, you owe me, right? But look at Sonia. She bedazzled me a bullhorn and it works. Hello, Mab. How are you? We even have lights. Lights, camera, action. This one's built for the nighttime crew. Bullhorn Betty, baby. Bullhorn Betty is now rocking it out in style. In style. Look at that. Look at that. Now that's a lot of love. That's a lot of love right there. She did this by hand. She's been working on this since December of last year. And I was none the wiser. That is a lot of love. And I love you back, by the way, Sonia. I love you back. This right here is I don't know. I can't express. There's no value to this. There's no value to this. I can't put a price tag on this. I really can't. This is beautiful. It's almost so beautiful I don't want to use it, but it's so beautiful you know I have to use it, especially with my vest. The girls, I mean, I'm like, they are sending me out in style. Like, you know, when Bullhorn Betty, you thought you knew me from my blonde hair. I don't need to have blonde hair anymore. I can be wearing wigs, and people will be able to spot me with my bullhorn, and I just feel like good. I got the bullhorn now. Don't let Dolly grab it. Well, I won't be swinging it at people. I'm not a violent person. I'm not a criminal. I don't go and take cars and try to run people over and then take a bullhorn and start swapping at people. She's lucky that's all he did. Let her hit one of those girls. I bet you she'd been picking herself up off that ground. All right, let's keep looking. I think they said 3:10, so I think we got about 3 more minutes.
Yuckin will be here at 3:30.
3 more minutes.
So.
And for all the new ones coming in, not only did she send me that, look at that.
Yeah, we
got hats. Look at that. Wake up, it's going to be a good day hat. Nice, right? I got my hair pulled back in a ponytail, so it kind of looks funky, but it sits perfectly. It's got the perfect curve on the bill. It sits all, but it doesn't poke your ears out, you know, like some hats do. Pokes your ears out. So this is a really good quality hat too. And this is the wake up. It's going to be a good day one. Love it. And then she also sent the other one, more trucker type hat. You know, the breathable in the back. Yeah. Velcro, good, sturdy. And this one is fearless. Sits on the hat, perfect. I love it. Does it push on the ears?
Thank you, ma'am. Be seated.
And then we have the Be Fearless. So there you go, guys. Let me go ahead and put this up. It looks like we're back.
Oh, it's already going. All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Nothing by the people.
Yes. Okay. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Yeah, you already did that. It works. Does it rotate?
And it looks like our poll is really doing well. If you guys haven't had a chance to take a poll, go out there and poll. We want to know what, as we're starting into this case, it's still, we're only day 3 of this trial, the actual trial. And we're wanting to know your opinion thus far. Do you think she's guilty? Because we're going to ask you your opinion when we come to the conclusion or start getting into the defense's case. And we're going to poll again and see how those poll numbers match up to each other. So please be part of the participation in the polls. They're important when we're following these cases.
And then you have the tripping hazard. So we're not going to do that. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 People versus Letecia Stauch record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thanks, Judge. We would call Jason Yoder to the stand.
Mr. Yoder, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand. In prosecution, it looks like there are still some exhibits on the witness stand. I didn't know if you were planning on using.
They're the ones for him, Your Honor.
Okay, all right.
Thanks, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Yoder. How are you doing?
All right, sir.
Could you please state your name and spell your last for the record?
Jason Yoder, Yoder.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a criminal investigator.
For what
With
agency?
the Escambia County Sheriff's Office currently.
And where is the Escambia County?
It's borders Florida and Alabama line.
Florida?
It's in Alabama, but it borders the Florida line.
So parts of Florida in it, parts of Alabama?
Yes. It's just kind of split.
All right. That's interesting. Florida and Alabama must get along quite well to share a county like that.
Well, sometimes.
What was your occupation back in March of 2020?
I was a major crimes detective with the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
And is that the county right across the river from Escambia County?
From Escambia, Florida, yes, sir.
And so does the Escambia Bridge kind of connect those two counties?
Yes, sir, it does.
What was your role back on March 17th of 2020 when you were with the Santa Rosa Sheriff's Office?
I was a major crimes detective, part of our division.
And did you get called out during that day on March 17, 2020 to the Escambia Bridge?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the basis for your call out?
Bridge inspectors with the Florida Department of Transportation uncovered a body out of a suitcase underneath the bridge.
And what kind of details did you get before you, I'm assuming you eventually went out to that bridge?
Yes, sir.
What details did you get prior to going out to the bridge?
Not a lot. It's just the bridge workers had opened a suitcase and found what they believed to be a body inside the suitcase.
And were you assigned to be the lead detective in that investigation?
Yes, sir.
What did you do when you got out to the bridge?
Called our crime scene unit. Our crime scene unit began to process the scene. I observed them do their thing, coordinated with other detectives doing different interviews.
When you got out to the bridge, did you observe a body?
Yes, sir.
Please describe what you saw when you got out there.
When I arrived, there was a suitcase on the ground, opened, what appeared to be a human body, like it was rolled out of the suitcase, covered with bedding, and a pillow was inside as well.
And were members of your agency interviewing these bridge inspectors who had found the suitcase and the body?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of information did you have going into that?
Just that they were doing a routine check of the bridge. They discovered a suitcase in the wood line, drug it up under the bridge, opened it, and discovered the body inside the suitcase.
And did they point out the location where the suitcase was when they first saw it?
Yes, sir.
And did members of your sheriff department take photographs of those areas?
Yes, sir, they did.
And when you got there, could you see an impression in the marsh area where the suitcase may have been for a period of time?
Yes, sir.
And was it consistent with the size and shape of the suitcase as you saw it?
Yes, sir.
And in relation to the bridge, where was this indentation where the suitcase was at, where the bridge inspectors had found it?
I don't really know exactly how far, but it was off in the wood line away from the bridge.
To your left, there's People's Exhibit 61, which is on the ESO there. It's actually not those photographs in front of you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's just right here. See that red arrow right there?
Yes, sir.
Is that the general area where this indentation was in the marshy area where the bridge inspector said the suitcase was found?
Yes, sir.
And are those the eastbound or westbound lanes?
This lane here is eastbound.
And so the river we see there, would that be west of that location?
Yes, sir.
And is the city of Pensacola on the other side of that river on the west side?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with that area?
I am.
Are you familiar with the Candlewood Suites Hotel that's in Pensacola?
I know about where it's at. I'm not sure exactly where it's at.
May I approach the witness, Sean?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as and ask if you recognize this whole.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
It's a layover map, the river, Highway 90. I believe that's scenic highway that runs down with the hotel there, ordered out.
Is that the Candlewood Suites Hotel that I alluded to?
Yes, sir.
And does it also have a red dot as to where the suitcase was located?
Yes, sir.
And does it accurately depict that area as it looked back in March of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 221.
Okay.
221 will be admitted.
Place this up on the ESO and ask you a couple questions about it. Drop the other first. And there's a pointer just behind it. See that? Go ahead and point out where the bridge is and the indicator where the suitcase was found. In the general area of the city of Pensacola.
Cars really after the bridge.
In the Candlewood Suites Hotel.
Yes, sir. It's all Pensacola City.
And is there a direct route to that bridge from the Candlewood Suites Hotel?
Yes, sir. Come down Highway 90, off of Scenic Highway. Take you right to.
You got to speak a little louder. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Highway 90.
Huh?
And I believe this is going to be Scenic Highway. If I'm not mistaken, the Scenic Highway should run to the hotel.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
Did you make any attempts to identify the body of the young boy that was found in the suitcase?
After we left the scene, yes, sir.
What did you do?
After we left, we went back to our office, started doing a regional and state search for missing children. Never found anything statewide or region-wide. One of the people in our office brought a flyer to my attention from Colorado. He had some of the same features, such as dental features, height, weight, seemed to be pretty close, but we didn't have anything confirmed at that time.
So you had a missing persons flyer? Is that what you're?
Yes, sir.
And was this in some sort of database or?
From the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
And at that time, did you know that this was a child that was found in the suitcase?
Yes, we had a pretty good idea it was a child. We didn't know for certain, but it was a pretty good indication.
And what was that based on?
Clothing, size.
And was there anything particular with this particular child that had you look at the missing persons database, and particularly the information you talked about from Colorado?
As far as features on?
Yes.
Okay, so the thing that stuck out to us was dental features mostly. I had two large front teeth and a rather large gap between those two front teeth.
And did you make efforts to contact anyone in Colorado with regards to that?
The following day we did.
Tell us about that.
We attended the autopsy on the following day. I took the flyer with me with the photo of Gannon on it.
We're going to do something real quick. Sorry,
cleaned
guys.
The body.
See if this helps.
They cleaned his clothes off, cleaned him up real good. It started becoming a little bit more noticeable that this might be this child.
And were you aware whether or not they eventually were able to positively identify this body as Gannon Stauch?
Yes, sir.
There's a
The
series of
officer doesn't
photographs
like
there
this.
in front of you. It's People's Exhibit 70 through 76. You could take a moment and look at those for me. And we'll start with People's Exhibit 70. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
What is that photograph of?
It's a photo, I think it's taken from the ground to the top of the bridge.
And does that photograph show the looking from the general area where the suitcase was discovered from the bridge workers up to where the bridge is?
Yes, sir.
Overlooking the barrier?
Yes, sir.
Does that actually depict that area as it looked back on March 17, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 70.
Exhibit 70 will be admitted. Go ahead.
What do we see in People's Exhibit 71?
This is the bedding that was located in the suitcase along with the body of Gannon.
And does that look, or does it actually depict what you saw out at the scene on March 17, 2020, when you got out to the scene and the body of Gannon Stauch was there next to the suitcase?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 71.
Okay. 71 will be admitted. Go ahead.
What is People's Exhibit 72?
This is the flyer that was brought to my attention.
Does that actually depict the flyer as you saw it back on March 17, 2020, when you were looking in the database or trying to discover who the body was at that point?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 72.
Exhibit 72 will be admitted.
Were you also present at autopsy on March 18, 2020, when the blankets and pillow were photographed from the suitcase that was recovered from the bridge?
Yes, sir.
And I'll start with People's Exhibit 73. What is People's Exhibit 73?
This is part of the bedding and the blanket that was found inside the suitcase.
74?
No, another piece of bedding that was also located in the suitcase.
And 75?
This was the pillow that was located inside the suitcase.
And 76?
Another blanket that was located inside the suitcase.
And does People's Exhibit 73 through 76, do they actually depict those items as they looked on March 18, 2020 at autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit People's Exhibit 73 through 76.
Okay. Exhibit 73, 74, 75, and 76 will be admitted.
If we can start with People's Exhibit 70, request to publish. We see People's Exhibit 70 there? I'm going to place 61 back up on the ESO. In People's Exhibit 70, and red arrow we see on People's Exhibit 61, would this be looking directly up at the bridge from where the suitcase was discovered?
Yes, sir.
And is that the barrier we're talking about that kind of protects the side of the bridge there?
Yes, sir.
From what we see here, would it be consistent with a suitcase coming over the side of that bridge where the suitcase ended up?
Yes, sir.
We can go, we're going to go to People's Exhibit 72 now. I'm sorry, 71. What do we see in People's Exhibit 71?
The bedding and the body that was located inside the suitcase.
And is that the Gannon Stauch that you referred to earlier?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk about the clothes that he has on. Were those clothes retrieved at autopsy?
Yes, sir.
And are those, what are those? The pants. Let's start with
they look like kind of like jogging pants. It's like an athletic top and some socks with footballs on them.
And the jogging pants that you referred to, do they have a stripe that goes down the side of them?
Yes, sir.
And is this the bedding that you referred to that was also in the suitcase?
Yes, sir.
We can go to People's Exhibit 72, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 72?
This is the flyer that was brought to my attention in an attempt to identify this body that we had.
And you made reference to dental observations.
Yes, sir.
Could you talk about that?
A noticeable gap in a rather large two front teeth. They're noted in these pictures, matched up with the body that we had under the bridge.
And you talked about contacting people in Colorado. Did you contact people with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. It was the sheriff's office.
And did you let them know that you found a body out in Florida on March 17th?
Yes, sir. We explained to them, kind of described what we found, about the blankets and the body and stuff like that. We thought this might be Gannon, and then we went from there.
And then is that when efforts were made to positively identify him?
Yes, sir.
We can go to People's Exhibit 73, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 73?
That's one of the blankets that was located inside the suitcase.
And did you eventually make reference to these blankets and the pillow and things like that to the members of the Sheriff's Department in El Paso County?
Yes.
And was this evidence eventually transferred back to here, El Paso County?
Yes, sir, it was.
We go to 74 now, please. What do we see in People's Exhibit 74?
Also another blanket that was located inside the suitcase.
Would this be the other side of what we saw in People's Exhibit 74?
Sorry. Yes, you are correct. Yes, sir.
So it's one blanket, two sides.
Two sides, right, correct.
How about People's Exhibit 75?
This is the pillow that was found inside the suitcase.
And were you present when this pillow was x-rayed?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. What was located inside this pillow? Do you recall?
2 projectiles, 2 bullet fragments.
People's Exhibit 76. What do we see in People's Exhibit 76?
The other blanket that was found inside the suitcase.
And you know how Gannon's body was transferred to the coroner's office?
It was through their medical personnel and their vehicles and their equipment.
But the Gannon Stauch that we saw under the bridge was the same Gannon Stauch that was in autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini.
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Look at this. So Pensacola is kind of right on the border of Florida and Alabama, correct?
No, sir.
Where's it at? Where's it? It's in the panhandle of Florida?
Mm-hmm. It's in the panhandle, but it's not. It's probably an hour and a half from the border. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
How close you're talking about.
Okay. All right. And it's a beach community?
Yes, sir.
This bridge that the suitcase was found under, it's a bridge over what?
Where the suitcase was found, it's nothing but the bridge itself covers Escambia River Bridge.
And how big a bridge is that?
Estimate 3/4 of a mile.
Okay. And how, just estimate, how big is that, the Escambia River? How wide from one bank to the other?
200-300 yards, guesstimation.
And so there's there's dry area on each side, like bridge covers some dry area, then the river, dry area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, just looking at that, is that the biggest bridge in Pensacola?
No, sir.
There's a lot of bigger bridges there.
Yes, sir.
Like there's looks like there's bridge 98, Highway 98.
Yes, there's the one on Highway 98.
What does Highway 98 go over?
It's over the bay.
Over the bay. How long of a bridge is Highway 98?
Wouldn't have any idea.
A lot longer bridge though?
Yes, sir.
4 or 5 times longer?
It's probably a mile and a half, 2 miles, maybe.
Okay. And that goes over the bay, like
Yes, sir.
it's the Gulf of Mexico, and then goes into that bay, correct? How deep is that bay?
Depends on where you're at.
In the middle. Say if I was to throw something off the middle of that bridge, how deep would that bay be?
15 feet.
Okay.
15, 20 feet, estimate.
How deep is the river?
Probably 25, 30.
Okay. And then there's, looks like another, what about Highway 10? How long is that bridge?
I-10 is probably the same, 2-3 miles long.
Okay, and going over the same bay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so there's, what I'm getting at is there are much longer bridges over much bigger bodies of water other than that bridge located near there. You
Oh,
agree
yes,
with that?
sir. Absolutely.
Okay.
Probably less traffic on that bridge.
I also noticed, did you take DNA from anybody?
Did I take it?
Yes.
No,
Or do you
sir,
know
I
if
didn't.
DNA was taken?
It was taken. Yes, sir.
It was taken from Mr. Ponder and Mr. Goings?
I believe so. Swabs were taken from both of those gentlemen.
You know why?
Just to make sure they weren't the ones that was fooling around with.
Okay. And,
suitcase.
well, and also it'd be so if DNA tests were run to figure out who may have put that person in that suitcase.
Correct.
That would be able to eliminate those two people.
Sure.
And so as part of a police procedure, you want to take DNA from if you're trying to zero in on one person, you'd want to take DNA from other people who could possibly contribute to that to be able to zero in on one person specifically.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Prosecution, redirect.
We're going to talk about this Escambia River Bridge. You're quite familiar with that bridge?
Yes, sir.
You travel that quite frequently?
Yes, sir.
Any lights on that bridge?
No, sir.
Pretty dark at night?
It is.
And is there room, particularly where this suitcase was found, to park a vehicle?
There. Both of the lanes are 2 lanes on each way. There's also an emergency pull-off lane on the side of the bridge, so flat tires, whatever. That's the only place that you could pull over without getting ran over on that bridge.
And these other bridges that council alluded to, are they heavily traffic bridges?
Yes, sir, they are.
I-10?
Yes, sir.
Is that a spot where you could park and dump a suitcase at the bridge?
It has the same pullover lanes as the rest of them do, yes, sir.
But there might be more traffic on in the Escambia River Bridge?
Depends on the time of year. The time of day, time of year.
What about 4 o'clock in the morning on February 4th, 2020?
Probably not a lot of traffic, I wouldn't guess.
Would there be any traffic on the Escambia River Bridge at that time?
Probably very minimal.
Those are my questions, Aaron. Thanks.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Detective Yoder? No? All right. Thank you, Detective. You may step down.
Thank you.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Your Honor, Nicholas Berklich.
Last name again?
Berklich.
Okay. Mr. Berkowitz, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
If you notice, the witnesses are coming from outside the courtroom as well. We like seeing that, not like the South Carolina stuff.
Sir, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And generally, what's the nature of your role with El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm a major crimes detective.
And how long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
A little over 18 years now.
And in January into 2020, what was the nature of your role with the Sheriff's Office?
At that time, I had just joined the major crimes unit, probably about 3-4 months prior.
And as it relates to the nature of your work on the case that you're here before today, was part of your role assisting in the collection of various items of evidence?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And in the collection of those various items of evidence, are you responsible for logging them in or processing them in some way?
Yes, once they get collected, we we either put it into temporary storage at the evidence facility, or we go ahead and process it in, depending upon what else is happening.
And do you recall processing particular items of
jerking
evidence
all over the place.
as it relates to items from Gannon Stauch?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 182 and 183.
Go ahead.
What's been marked with People's Exhibits 182 and 183. Can you take a moment to familiarize yourself with them?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you generally recognize what they are?
From the description, yes.
And based on the description and the processing of how you process evidence, can you explain to the jury how a description is associated with an envelope, for example?
There's a program that we have that we use for processing the evidence in. You type in the name of the item and then a brief description of what it may be. Then it automatically generates a number for us.
And in conjunction with those particular items, People's Exhibits 182 and 183, were you part of the processing or collection or logging into evidence of those particular items?
Yes, I was.
And if you would, there are some gloves next to you and scissors. And I'll ask you to open up to start People's Exhibit 182, leave the item in the envelope so that you have an opportunity to look at it and identify it.
Leave it in the envelope?
Yes.
Okay. And that was, you said 182?
Yes, sir. Now, looking in the envelope that's been marked as People's Exhibit 182, are you generally able to recognize the item inside as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize it?
It's a toothbrush that was inside a holder that was brought to us.
And based on the last time you recall seeing it, is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed it?
It appears to be the same, ma'am. I don't see anything that stands out.
Now, you just held up the envelope. There's various colors of tape on the envelope. Does that indicate to you, or what does that indicate to you, I should say?
It tells the red tape is the tape that I put on it. This blue tape is tape that somebody else has opened the package for whatever reason and has resealed it.
At this time, Your Honor, the people have moved to admit People's Exhibit 182.
Defense. Exhibit 182 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Now, if you could take a moment to take out People's Exhibit 182 and show it to the jury.
Do I need to take the cap off?
No, that's all right.
Okay.
You can put it back in the envelope. In terms of People's Exhibit 183, I will ask you to do the same procedure. If you want to switch out your gloves, you can do that as well if you like.
Switch them out?
And while you're doing that, for People's Exhibit 183, does it appear to have the same type of colored tape as People's Exhibit 182 had?
The red tape, yes, but not the blue.
Okay. And is the red tape something that you placed there?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right. And if you would take a moment to open up People's Exhibit 183, look at it.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you generally recognize that?
Yes.
Would you say it's in the same or substantially same condition as when you last handled it?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time we would move for admission of People's Exhibit 183.
Mr. Cook?
Objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 183 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And if you would also take that item out and show it to the jury. Now, in conjunction with your collection and logging of this particular item of evidence, were you assisting other law enforcement officers that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And as the information was relayed to you, who do those particular items belong to? People's Exhibit 182 and 183.
I was told that they belong to Gannon Stauch.
In conjunction with your work on the case, you were also present at a residence as well. Is that right?
At where?
At a residence, at Gannon's residence.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the address of that location?
I believe it was 6650 Mandan Drive.
Okay.
But I know it was Mandan Drive.
6627 sound about right?
We were at a lot of houses on that street.
Okay. While you were present on scene, you assisted other members of law enforcement, including the Metro Crime Lab, while on scene at that residence?
Yes, ma'am. And
while you're present on the scene, were you also assisting in the collection of items of evidence there?
Yes.
Under permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 186 through 190.
Go ahead.
Recognize People's Exhibits 186 through 190. Take a moment to look at them.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And do you generally recognize those exhibits?
Pardon me?
Do you generally recognize them?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you recognize them?
They were items that were pointed out to us by Mr. Stauch that were he found in the dishwasher. They're scrub brushes, scissors. The brushes appeared to have some type of carpet material or something on it.
And are they fair and accurate representations of what you saw and observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we would move for the admissions of People Exhibits 186 through 190.
Mr. Cook?
No objection.
Exhibits 186 through 190 will be admitted.
And you're under permission to publish.
You may.
And if you will like, you take a moment to look behind you. You have a pointer there if you want to use it.
No, it's in front of you. It's got the red handle on it.
Oh, thank you, sir. Having a rough time.
All right. Now you mentioned that Mr. Stauch had identified for you and other law enforcement officers that day various items of evidence. Can you point out here in People's Exhibit 156 some of those items?
We had a brush here. This brush. Have the handle of a brush here, and this brush, and I cannot see the scissors in this picture.
We'll move on to People's Exhibit 187. And here, that might be a better look.
These are close-ups of the last photo.
The brushes that you were explaining.
Yes.
People's Exhibit 188. Here, what are we seeing here?
This is what appeared to possibly be a strand of carpet or something that was on the brush.
People's Exhibit 189. And here?
Again, strand of whatever type of material that is, and then we have 2 pairs of scissors there.
190.
Those are just close-ups of the other brushes.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked with People's Exhibits 192, 193, and 194.
So 191 through 194.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
To review People's Exhibits 191, 192, and 193 now.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you generally recognize those?
From the type description, yes.
Okay. Now you mentioned before that part of the processing includes creating labels with descriptions on them.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll start with People's Exhibit 191. What does that appear to be to you based on your handling of that item?
Pardon me, ma'am?
Based on your handling of that item, what does that appear to be to you?
A Brillo scrub brush.
And People's Exhibit 192.
That is the blue handle, blue and white scrub brush.
And People's Exhibit 193.
The scrub brush with possible hair and carpet fiber.
And you spoke previously about tape and tape that is used on each of those exhibits. The tape used that you personally placed there?
I did not package these. The detective that collected the items actually did the packaging of them.
And when you were present at the residence that day, you viewed each of these items as we see in the previous photos that were shown to you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And based on descriptions of people's exhibits 191, 192, and 193, do those appear to be the similar type of items that were photographed that you went over with the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. People's exhibit 191, for example, is what particular item is that?
That is the Brillo scrub brush.
People's exhibit 192, based on the description there, what is that?
That is the blue and white scrub brush.
People's exhibit 193, based on description, what is that?
The scrub brush with possible hair and carpet fiber.
And based on the nature of the packaging, were you present with other law enforcement officers when those items were packaged, for example?
I do not believe I was present when they packaged them, no.
But you were present for the collection of those items?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll ask you to cut open People's Exhibit 191.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize what's inside of that bag, People's
Yes.
Exhibit 191?
Yes.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed it on the day it was collected?
It appears to be yes.
Your Honor, at this time we would move to admit People's Exhibit 191.
Mr. Cook? Exhibit 191 will be admitted.
I'll ask you to do the same with People's Exhibit 192.
With 192?
Yes. Do you recognize what's inside the bag marked as People's Exhibit 192?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you observed it being collected that day?
I do not recall seeing, it looks like there's writing on the handle. I do not recall seeing that when it was collected.
Aside from the writing being present now, otherwise, does it otherwise appear to be the same
Yes.
subject?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we would move for the admissions of people Exhibit 192.
Mr. Cook?
Objection.
Exhibit 192 will be admitted.
And the same with 190.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that appear to be something that you recognize as being collected that day?
Yes.
And does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as when you last saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 193.
Mr. Cook? Exhibit 193 will be admitted.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness.
You may.
In addition to the collection of various brushes that you've looked at, you recognize Exhibit 194.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It's marked as being a empty vinegar bottle that was collected out of the trash can.
And when you were present, did you see that particular item while you were present at that residence?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you also take a moment to cut into People's Exhibit 194? And again, do you recognize that? What's
Yes.
inside the bag?
Yeah.
And is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed it?
It appears to be yes.
Your Honor, this time we would also move for the admission of People's Exhibit 194.
Mr. Cook, Exhibit 194 will be admitted. Go ahead.
After collection of these various items that are tedious to open, but what is your role in handling or passing off these particular items to other members of law enforcement?
Typically, the detective that collects it will take it to the evidence facility. Sometimes, depending upon if somebody else is going there, they'll hand the package off, and that person will take it to the facility and put it in temporary storage. And then later on that day, next day, the detective that collected the items will go down and process the items they collected and put that into the facility.
And at that point, may they be available to other members of law enforcement for testing purposes, et cetera?
Would they be?
Yes.
They could be removed from. They could be signed out from evidence, and there would be a chain of custody that is kept.
As part of this case, you were also present for the collection of other types of evidence, and specifically swabs. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Under permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 184 and 185.
You may. Go ahead.
You recognize People's Exhibit 184 and 185.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize People's Exhibit 184?
They were buccal swabs that were taken from Mr. Stauch and Miss Stauch.
And just
Hyatt, I'm sorry.
Specifically 184, what swabs are those identified as belonging to?
These are from Mr. Stauch.
And People's Exhibit 185.
Are from Landon Hyatt.
And in terms of the collection of those swabs, were you present when those were collected?
Yes, I was.
Did you observe them being collected?
I actually took the swabs.
And we see there appears to be some tape on there as well, those particular envelopes.
Yes, ma'am.
So as part of your processing of that, is that tape that you placed there?
The red tape is, yes.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I did not package these. I handed those off to after putting them in the package. I handed those off to Deputy Montville, and she's actually the one that sealed the envelopes.
Now, in terms of, we mentioned some words that maybe not everyone is familiar with, but what is a buccal swab?
It's a DNA swab that's taken from the mouth, saliva. We just use a long Q-tip and rub it around the inside of your mouth, your cheeks, and just collect the saliva.
Okay. And what is in People's Exhibit 184 and 185? What specifically is that inside each of those envelopes?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that?
What is specifically in People's Exhibit 184 and 185?
It's a package that contains two of those Q-tips, and you run them both at the same time.
And as the packaging appears to you, is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you last viewed that?
I would have to open it up to see those packages, ma'am.
You can go ahead and do that, yes.
Sure. That one does appear to be the same.
And just for the purposes of the record, are you specifically referring to People's Exhibit 184?
I'm sorry. Yes, I am.
All right, thank you.
And yes, on 185, they appear to be the same.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 184 and 185.
Mr. Cook,
No objection.
exhibits 184 and 85 will be admitted.
In addition to the collection of those buccal swabs, were you also called to respond to the residents for the collection of a particular item that belonged to Gannon, a switch? Does that sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
Do you recall exactly when you responded that day?
I believe it was the morning of February 29th, 2020.
And who did you receive particular items from? Who provided them to you?
Mr. Stauch.
And did he indicate, let's take a step back. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibits 195, 196, 712.
Go ahead.
So people look at People's Exhibits 195 and 196. I know it's getting packed up here. I'm gonna set this one right here for you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's blocking the camera. Let's see. You recognize People's Exhibit 195 and 196?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
How do you recognize them?
There are photos of the case and the stitch, the switch. I believe it's a Nintendo game.
And are those photographs very accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 195 and 196. Thank you.
Mr. Cook,
Objection.
exhibit 195 and 196 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may.
So behind you, we have People's Exhibit 195. You mentioned a switch. What are we looking at specifically here in People's Exhibit 195?
This is the case the carrying case.
And in People's Exhibit 196?
And that's the actual switch inside the case.
And now before you is People's Exhibit 712, I believe?
Yes.
Can you take a moment to familiarize yourself with that and look at it?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's the description that was typed up for the item that was collected.
And similar to the other items, what was your involvement in the processing of this particular item?
This particular item, I was called by my sergeant to go out and collect. So I went out there that day and collected this, and then I took it to evidence myself and packaged it.
And in terms of the packaging process, did you also create the label for this particular item?
Yes, I did.
And does the description also indicate to you what it is?
Yes, it does.
And we see some red tape that is on People's Exhibit 712. Is that tape placed by you?
The red tape up here is placed by me. I do not recognize the tape down below.
And I will ask you to do the same thing, which is, can you please cut into and look at and inspect what is inside the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. And in looking inside the bag, would you say that's in the same or substantially same condition as when you last handled and packaged that item?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 712.
Mr. Cook? Exhibit 712 will be admitted. Go ahead.
The general scope of your role in this case, in addition to collecting various items of evidence, was that more or less the scope of what you did in this case?
Yes, I was basically a support detective. If there were leads that needed to be handed out and you're available, you get a lead and you go work that for the lead detective.
Honorable Past Witness.
Cross-examination.
Hi, Detective. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Just a few questions for you. Did you actually watch the swabbing of the cheeks of Gannon's mother and father?
I actually did them, sir.
You did the swabbing?
Yes.
Okay, and did you have gloves on?
Yes, I did.
Did you have the packet or the kit that is used during the collection of these?
As I said, it's just the one package with the two Q-tips in it. So yes, I did have those with me.
Okay. Who else was in the room with you when? Who else was in the room with you when you were doing Landon?
I do not recall anybody being in there. It may have been Detective Mottville, but I don't recall, sir.
Okay. And was anybody else in the room with you when you did Mr. Stauch, Al Stauch?
Again, I don't recall if anybody was in there with me.
Okay. And when you're collecting the cheek swabs, I mean, you're not necessarily collecting the saliva, you're collecting the cheek cells, the epithelial cells that are shed in the cheek.
Pretty much whatever the Q-tip picks up is what's being collected.
Okay. Did anybody swab Harley Hunt, who's been identified as Letecia Stauch's daughter?
I do not know the answer to that question.
Okay. So it could have been done. You just don't know.
Correct.
Whether this was done or not.
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that you collected a few other items, took some photos, got a Nintendo Switch, and that was about it. In this case, what you've talked to here.
Yes, sir.
You did also, on the 28th of January, conduct an interview with Landon Hyatt, who was Gannon's mother.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where did that take place, that interview?
That took place at my office, the sheriff's office, I should say.
Right across the street.
Right across the street. Second floor in one of the interview rooms, which is audio video recorded.
Okay. How long did that interview last?
I do not know that, sir.
Okay. Was it recorded?
Yes, it was.
Audio tape, videotape, everything?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thanks, Detective.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Gratiano, redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Do any of the jurors have any questions? Nope. All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Literally on the elevator, Your Honor, on his way here.
Okay.
So,
Well, let's actually take about let's do a stand and stretch, a seventh inning stretch kind of thing while we're waiting for the next witness. That's a good idea. Also give Ms. Gratiano time to clean the witness stand off.
Sorry,
I said it'll give you some time to clear the witness stand off.
I thought I figured.
All right, so they're doing a stretch. They're getting ready, though. I just made myself a cup of coffee, if you were wondering where I was at. And I'm reading over all this stuff with that wannabe drug thug lady. I've got to redact some things because I was surprised that they gave me, they didn't redact the document much. So in an effort to make sure that we follow YouTuber terms of service, we are going to have to make sure that any document that we show our audience is redacted to comply with that section. But since it did come through a FOIA request, that is public record, And YouTube said I am allowed to use it. And it's quite disgusting. That 2019 felony charge that she got, she decided to beat up a girl that she claims was sleeping with her boyfriend in front of her boyfriend and her kids. It was not just her boyfriend there. She had her child with her and beat the girl up in front of that child outside of the store, and then proceeded to beat her up again inside the store. That is such a great person to have on the streets of YouTube, advocating for victims doing some stuff like that in front of children. I know they try to say something about me, but none of that stuff. We do have due process. I went through due process, and clearly the courts do not agree with their assessment. Another incident, she chased down people with a tire iron, a 4-way, not just like a regular tire iron, a big 4-way tire iron. Tried to beat people up. Looks like she was so, yeah. It's funny what happens when you pull back the curtains. And she talks about going on a date, and then if you read this one report, it sounds like they got her on a disorderly. But if you read the report, it almost sounds like her and her friends were the date was a John as opposed to an actual date. So that was pretty interesting as well. But I'll have to read it and let you guys decide for yourself. That's just my opinion, and my opinion doesn't matter to you guys. So yeah. Wannabe drug thug. I coined it right, dude. I coined that term right because she was acting like a thug, and she's selling drugs. She's a wannabe drug thug. She thought she's Billy Badass, and she keeps getting caught. She can't even keep her butt out of jail. She doesn't even know how to do it right. Wannabe drug thug. Oh, and you should see this one mugshot of hers, man. She looks just twisted and bent. And since I'm on this live, I'm pretty sure it's been posted on another channel. Let's see. Hold on. Let me check this out. Might be here. I don't know which one he put it on. Turtle Island. Not that one. Let's go to the uncensored. Nope, not that one either. Might be coming out. If not, I'll be posting it soon. Good news for all those that are turtles that are in the chat. I know you guys can't see me. I'm watching what you guys are watching, and I'm not paying attention to chat. Dolly Vision just posted on the Dolly Vision site. You know, he has 3 sites now. He's got the Dolly Vision, Dolly True Crime, and Dolly Uncensored. And he stated 3 hours ago that they'll have the membership back on the Dolly Vision, our original Dolly Vision channel, tomorrow. Plus, he's making a channel that don't show his face. Dolly 2023, blowing up, baby. That's his message. If you guys missed that, I just wanted to service announcement. And I'll just have to throw Dolly a bone because I'm back on Turtle Island and I got to see his ugly mug. At least every Tuesday or Wednesday. It seems like he changed the date for Turtle Island, the day he usually runs it off as well. All right, let me get back in our chat. I'm hoping that this I'm hoping this comes out well. I'm hoping that the it's streaming well. It's hard to see on my end whether it's streaming well, but everything on the back side of this is showing that it should be streaming at least as good as the quality of what I'm getting in from WebEx. Jennifer L., I just need my own bullhorn. I bet you might get a bullhorn, but it's not going to be as snazzy as mine. Mine was made with lots and lots of love. Man, this is taking forever. What are they doing? Are they talking to the judge? They're rising, so the judge must be coming back in, or the jury must be coming back in for something. So we should be going back live here shortly, guys. Crayons wrapped in string cheese. Cheese, Jennifer. That reminds me, I got some cheese in the refrigerator. That does sound good. I love Colby Jack. If you guys want to know a great stringy cheese once it's melted all in, all right, sorry, I was walking away from the microphone when I was talking to you guys. So if you guys want to know, if anybody makes like a baked mac and cheese or anything cheesy, like even enchiladas. I know a lot of people like that Mexican cheese like for enchiladas, but believe it or not, if you want that nice pool of the cheese, the stringiness of it once it's melted, Colby Jack.
Good afternoon.
Where are you currently employed?
The El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been with El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Since 2006.
And generally, can you explain for the jury what your role is at the Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm a supervisor for the Patrol Division.
And in January of 2020, what was your role then?
I was a patrol deputy.
And as a patrol deputy, can you explain what some of your responsibilities are? What kind of things that you handle on a day-to-day basis?
Yes, responding to calls for service, investigating patrol-related crimes, interdicting criminal activity, traffic enforcement.
Okay. And on January 27th of 2020, were you on duty that day?
Yes.
Did you receive a call for service related to this case?
Yes.
Approximately what time did you receive a call for service, or what time that call for service came through?
I responded at 10:09 p.m.
Okay. Can you explain a triage process that may occur for calls of service? How does that work?
Well, calls for service are based on basically a priority status, as if somebody's in danger or something like that. So those calls take higher priority than calls where somebody's not in danger, what we call a cold call. So runaways are typically given a non-emergent status.
Okay. You mentioned runaways. So what was the specific nature of the call for service that you responded to on January 27th of 2020?
The call I responded to was a runaway juvenile.
Okay. And what location did you respond to for that call?
6627 Mandan Drive.
Okay. And when you arrived at that location, did you respond with any other law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Who did you respond with?
When I got on scene, Deputy Parker and Deputy Donahue were on scene already.
And when you responded to the location, who did you initially make contact with?
Deputy Parker.
Okay. Based on your contact with Deputy Parker, how did you approach the residence? Who did you contact?
I asked Deputy Parker if the residence had been searched to see if the juvenile was hiding, and he indicated it had not.
Okay. When you respond and you're on duty, is there any way that you have to document or record your activities?
Yes, I was equipped with a body-worn camera.
Okay. And can you point out for the jury where that body-worn camera is?
Yes, it's mounted right here on my chest.
Can you explain for the jury how that body-worn camera, how it works?
It's activated with a Bluetooth remote system where I press a button and it starts recording. So when I got on scene that day, I started recording pretty much when I got on scene. And then it's deactivated by the same button to turn it off, basically.
Okay. And in terms of audio and visual, what does it record?
It records both audio and visual. However, it's mounted securely on the chest, so it only sees forward. So if my head or something turns, it won't see that. My body actually has to turn for the camera to see something.
Okay. And as it relates to entering the residence, what was your primary responsibility when you arrived on scene?
So I was a secondary responder. So the two primary deputies were conducting an interview on scene. So after I determined that the residence had not been searched for the juvenile, I asked Deputy Parker. After I asked Deputy Parker got consent to search the residence. So I began to search the residence for the juvenile.
Okay. And to be clear, the consent to search the residence was for what in particular?
To find a hiding child.
Okay. When you arrived at that location that day, was your body-worn camera working?
Yes, it was.
Was operational?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review that body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 210.
You may go ahead.
Do you recognize what I'm handing you, People's Exhibit 210?
Yes, that's a disc with my initials containing my body-worn camera footage.
Okay. And did you not have an opportunity to review the contents of that disc?
I did.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate depiction of your body-worn camera when you responded on scene that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 210.
Defense. Exhibit 210 will be admitted. Go ahead. Sorry? Oh, yes, go ahead.
And Your Honor, permission to publish as well?
May.
I took the covers that he was laying down like had, and I just like threw it. I took the covers that he was laying down like had, and I just like threw it on there because I got my daughter out and the dog's out. She was working, and it was something. I know, but it was something that we were just like.
Did he take his bike?
No.
Okay, because somebody saw a little kid on a bike. They posted it, but I didn't know if he brought it.
Well, he did, unless he took it sooner and brought it back because Lena ends up getting a bike.
Okay.
And rides the bike because hers had broke. When she ran into him, I say ran into him as in not physically, but she somehow got his bike because hers wouldn't work. So he could have at
So
one
they were
point.
here.
Yeah.
They were supposed to go pick him up for dinner. And he never.
Black.
They thought he was at his friend's house. He was like,
Yeah.
they started sleeping. So
We
they were gonna
had
pick
him on
the road,
one.
and he was never there.
There's
And he never
a
went to
picture someone said he was on.
Okay.
And he was holding, he was making the switch.
Do you mind if my partner looks around the house real quick?
Yeah, yeah.
Because kids, they hide.
Thank you.
Is there any other kids here?
Yeah, there's kids here. There's a sister too. Yeah, no, he's definitely he was out there for big run. Blah blah blah.
He's telling you somewhere. I know you said you were only the 6th.
Yeah, so it was. Side, like all those things. So.
So, you did that. You didn't do that because you said it's not a return. What happened?
Said no. He said he had already talked to my husband about being on conviction. So he said he was going to his friend's house.
So what time did you left it?
I don't know the exact time because I was correcting his perfect thing downstairs.
So he.
And he's free. Like my husband's like very more like I am with the situation. I kind of always like, who's actually going to do it? I remember that's how I was with her. But like, he's like, oh, guys are saying, different bodies, they work together kind of thing. So, yeah, so all the time that he cried. That's how we do. I think was that reading my thing in here? It might be in here. Sir, I think it might be in the car, so whenever you're.
What might be in your car?
Okay, he wants my ID.
Oh, okay. Was this the car you guys had with you today?
What?
Was this the car you guys had with you today?
What do you mean with me today?
I mean, did you drive this car today?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I didn't drive that car today.
You did not drive this car. Okay, all right. Has he ever hit anything like this before?
No, this is. Oh, okay.
Show her name for us. Is there anybody down here?
The other girl. Yeah, that just says something. No,
No,
we know it is down there.
okay.
It's my maiden name. So it's part of it. They are. Yeah.
It's going to be 101-275370 South Carolina. What kind of plate? Those will be the blank 385.
That Celtic down there, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I show him about this stuff? I just didn't want to step on the cutter, the box thing. I think I still had down there. Okay, because you weren't in here. You weren't in here in the beginning, right? I thought I didn't know if I had that box cutter and all that stuff in there because I told him about he dropped the candle last night.
Okay.
And I thought I must have picked it up. I was just making sure I didn't want you to be like, oh, it was the box cutters. But yeah, I had to cut this. I told them I wasn't even going to tell Dad, and I was going to figure out a way to put this in there from the situation. But
at least you got a carpet. Yeah,
right, I just took it and like covered up with the carpet and stuff like that. But
does he have any friends around here?
There is a uniform thing. He did have this one like boat thing.
We're supposed to be down the road.
Have they checked that already?
They went over there and talked to him. They're like, no, we hadn't seen him at all.
He did have this like
And you talked to parents, right? You didn't talk to
Connor's mom came over, who is a friend he hangs out with all the time. So they come over. The people here, the friends, they were just the ones that were the door with the bike. They came over. A bunch of people came over. Yeah. So
any friends?
He did have like a little book that had names on it, but I don't know. See it like anywhere specifically because like his wallet. He's not like a I teach fifth grade, and like you got your like really mature kind of boys, but then waiting, he forgets to like bring this or bring that or bring this or bring that.
Still good.
Yeah.
So no clothes are missing.
No, we actually lay out all the clothes all the time, like for like every day at school, we lay out clothes, we do whatever.
His jacket drawn.
He had he has several jackets. Like it depends on, I'm very like fashion. So it just depends on jackets. Like he might have this black one with this, or there's a blue one with this.
So he had a jacket.
Yeah.
Okay.
Several jackets. Like, I mean, you see the kid has, like tons and tons of clothes, and he has all that stuff. So. And he took like none of this. Like these are his favorites. All of these things. Yeah.
All right. He's gonna grab some more questions and.
Okay.
How long do you guys live here?
Maybe like a year and something now. Yeah.
And you have talked to all of his friends' parents in the area?
I'm not the person that talks to the friends. I don't have numbers. I don't say yes. I don't say no. My husband tells me yes or no. So he has all the numbers.
So there could be some friends that you don't.
Right. Because I don't know the people like that. And a lot of the time that I was here, I had a job on the East Coast. So I had to fly back and forth a lot. So I didn't really meet a lot of people, like my husband did. And he's like, always want to be the one to talk to everybody about it. So.
Well, how about your husband? Does he talk to these people?
Yeah, he's been on the phone with a bunch of them in Oklahoma, Fort Steele right now.
So is there anybody he hasn't been able to get a hold of?
No, he said he's talked to everyone that he knows of. The only concern we had is he was talking about the friend with the older sibling. And we don't know who that one is. That's the one we don't know.
Do you guys have a name for that?
Because we don't know who that person is. We've never heard him say like specific name. My husband said when he talked to him today that there was no like specific name for. But he didn't give him a name. He just told him no. So.
And he took his game console down.
Yeah, they have a couple of different consoles.
And one of them's gone.
Switch Lite. They have a 2DS, a 3DS. One of them is gone. It was in like a bluish black. Wait, no, that one might be in red. I don't remember. I just know in the video you can see that, or the picture that the lady had, you can see like he's got something right here and it's like far down.
Which pictures?
So some lady online had noticed it, like messaged us and had noticed that was him or the description, and she was like, "Was that him?" And I was like, "Yes."
What was that picture taken?
No, I honestly have about 150 Facebook messages that I haven't answered people on because you guys showed.
Was it local? I mean, was it in this?
Yes, in Lawson Ranch. Someone put it on the Lawson Ranch page, and so a lot of people just kept sending messages, information. First, someone said they saw him get in a white SUV. Then someone said they caught it on their camera. They were all supposed to be sending this to me, but as I was talking to all these people on Facebook, because my husband gave the neighbor permission to post it, you guys came and I kept having alerts lists, and I was gonna Okay. No. Yeah.
Okay. I know you probably gave some of this information to dispatcher already, but can you give us a description of him from?
Yeah. So.
Hair color, eye color, any art?
Yeah. So brown. Very pale, like whitish color skin.
I guess it was at this house that they don't.
And then,
the parents may not know.
And then
Well, they said that
410.
there was a weird text that Dad got about something
90.
about bath salts, and hey, if you if I can get some bath salts, do we have any bath salts? And my friend will let me play Sonic or something at their house. He said that we could. Yeah, I got it. And then Mom goes through everything, finds let's say this partner. Get her. I know that. Yes,
Yes.
No, we're still getting the report right now.
Harley, did you get it? Who was it?
Okay, I appreciate it.
Oh, okay. Okay. I just didn't want any people, neighbors, talking in. Sorry, guys. Yeah.
What choice was your
Blue jacket, blue jeans. That's why me and my husband absolutely think, and we think we're like, we think that, and we've calmed our stress level down after our 4-hour week.
like a thick, heavy winter jacket, a sweatshirt, windbreaker?
No, like the ones I was showing you guys in there, kind of a little windbreaker type. Yeah.
Okay, good to know.
Is there anything distinguishing?
Perfect, yeah. I'm in, so I'll be able to.
They asked me about tattoos and earrings and all that.
Like I'm
stuff.
gonna
There
end
was-
up having to ask a whole lot of the same questions that dispatch asked.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, if you hear anything from the school, let us know, please. All right. Oh,
Yeah, we already talked to a bunch of people at school.
yeah, they said security.
Because there was a game or something tonight, and so that was like one of the things we were thinking. If I guess they went to like the basketball game or something.
He said there was Parks and Rec going on, so
Yeah. It was the off duty.
No.
Oh,
Okay. He said somebody in the neighborhood or something.
Do you have a dentist he goes to?
If you guys want to call my husband.
yeah, we can do that. We'll follow up because
a
little bit more information. Yeah.
I don't do a lot of the.
Okay.
He does all that.
How long has he been over there stationed?
He's not. He's stationed here. He's just at Captain Career Course.
Okay.
Yeah. So they go to a dentist. I think it's like Fountain Dentist, maybe.
All right.
Everything else is on base.
We'll give him a call.
Yeah. Al, A-L. Stauch, S-T-A-U-C-H. 843 478 6714. Yes.
Throw me back up there.
I'm on 3.
They call it code.
We'll give him a call and try to
Okay.
get some more information.
Yeah, I mean, as far as like the medical, dental, like he'll know like all that stuff because he takes them on base.
All right, well, we'll go give him a call in the car real quick and see if we can get any information. Then
Okay.
We'll come back. Or we'll give you a case number.
Okay.
Run away. Okay.
The dogs come down here now.
Thanks. See you.
Okay. You know what lectures? You have gas and lecture.
Any choice in gathering any vote.
It's like bad.
Deputy, in terms of demeanor of the female that we see present in the video, based on the nature of calls for service that you receive, how would you describe that demeanor?
Fairly normal.
Have you responded on scene to other reports of runaways?
Yes.
How would you describe the demeanor?
Overruled.
How would you describe the demeanor based on your training experience in responding to calls for service related to runaways? The comparison of the female's demeanor in this particular video.
I would say similar to other calls that I responded to for runaways.
Okay. In the sense that their demeanors are calm?
Yes, she appeared calm. She was able to answer questions intelligently.
And how did the female present on scene with you identify herself?
I believe she identified herself to Deputy Parker, Deputy Donahue.
Okay. Do you see the female that was present on the video that we just watched, and while you're present searching the house, do you see her today in court?
Yes.
Is she the same female that you see in the video that directed you throughout the house?
Yes.
Can you describe her by where she's sitting in the courtroom?
She's sitting at the end of the defense table wearing a brown colored shirt.
Your Honor, at this time, may the record reflect that Deputy Yunkin has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
In terms of while you were present on scene, did the defendant identify by any other names or any other aliases, things like that?
I don't recall her identifying herself as another name.
While you were present on scene, you described her demeanor as calm. At any point, did that demeanor change?
Not that I observed.
And to be clear, the time that you arrived on scene was what time?
10:09 p.m.
Okay. And as an approximation, how many hours had passed between the call for service as it came in?
I believe the original call for service came in around 7 p.m.
Okay. Now, as we watch your body worn camera, we hear buzzing. What is that buzzing on the video that we're hearing?
So when the camera's activated, it vibrates to let me know that it's on. For two reasons. One, in case there's an accidental activation, I know that it's operating. Or two, to just let me know that it's working. So sometimes when you press the button, technology fails. So it's just letting you know that it's operational.
And throughout the body worn camera that we watch, we hear the buzzing. And is that to indicate to you that it is still on, it is still recording?
Yes.
Great. Now, as you went through the residence, did you observe any men that were not law enforcement officers present in the house?
No, just law enforcement.
And as you were searching through the house, based on the various doors you opened and areas that you looked in, would you have seen a strange man, an unfamiliar man in the house?
I believe so, based on all the areas that I searched.
Okay. And to be clear, based on the call for service that you received, you were looking for a child, is that correct?
Yes. In cases where children are this young and they come in as runaways, sometimes they're hiding in the house because they get in trouble or something like that. So they hide, especially on that night because it was quite cold. So he may not be outside walking around somewhere. He might just be hiding in the house. So that's why we check that stuff.
And when you were present, you were also in the basement area. There appeared to be a storage room, which you paused in.
Yes.
Okay. While we see on the video you looking and pausing in a storage room, did you move any of the boxes?
I believe I moved like a pillow and like a chair and some of that around, but there was a big pile of boxes in the middle and I didn't shuffle through a bunch of those.
Okay. And while you were present on scene, did you personally observe any law enforcement officers moving those boxes?
I did not.
You're under permission to approach with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 310 through 315.
May, and if you could find a reasonable breaking point in the next 10 minutes or 5 minutes or so, please. I'm sorry.
Yes, Your Honor.
If you can take a moment to familiarize yourself with People's Exhibit 310 through 315.
Do you generally recognize those?
Yeah, they appear to be still shots from my body-worn camera footage.
And for a particular area of the house?
The storage room.
And are they fair and accurate depiction of your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibits 310 through 315.
Mr. Cook? Objection. Exhibits 310 to 315 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may.
Deputy, behind you, we have People's Exhibit 310. What are we seeing here in your still shot? Okay. In People's Exhibit 311, I guess that's a clearer shot of that. Okay. 312. Okay, and to be clear, the boxes that we were seeing on the right side of the exhibit, did you move those? 313. Would this just be to the left of People's Exhibit 312? kind of facing a different way.
Yes.
People's Exhibit 314. Can you orient us here for People's Exhibit 314?
Yeah, that is the pile of boxes kind of in the center of the room.
Okay. And People's Exhibit 315.
Here's the storage container by the door.
Okay. And thank you. Deputy, in terms of while you're searching through the residence, at any point did the defendant direct you where to search?
No.
Did she point out any particular areas that would be of interest to you?
No.
Okay. We see that when you're in the storage area, you paused. You appeared to look in, I don't know if you would describe it as a crawl space, or how would you describe it in the storage room?
There's kind of a void under the stairs.
Okay. Did you see anything there?
No.
In terms of while you were present on scene, based on your training experience, did the defendant appear to have a pervasive mental disease or defect based on your observations that day?
No.
And while you searched through various areas of the house, in the top floor and in the basement, at any point did you see any shell casings?
I did not find any shell casings.
And if you had seen them, would you have identified them and collected them?
I definitely would have identified them, and then we probably would have approached the investigation a little differently.
And throughout your search of the residence on scene, was there any obvious signs of a struggle?
No.
Did you see any blood?
No.
If you had seen blood, would you have taken additional steps?
Yes.
Brenda will pass a witness.
All right, I think we'll take our break.
I'm going to make this really easy.
Okay.
Deputy, I don't have any questions.
Okay. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Sergeant Young? Looks like we might have one. So, Ms. Gratiano, just pass that forward, put it on the bar in front, and Ms. Gratiano will retrieve it. Another one coming.
It is break time, but I don't think they're gone just yet. They're not. They're waiting for the jury to come get off the stand. The officer is still on, still in the hot seat right at the moment. But I figured since they're breaking, we might as well just come back to me. So how is everyone doing? A long day, lots of information. This is kind of the, getting stuff in, getting some evidence in, getting some authenticated documents in by way of testimony from these officers. What I'm seeing here is, and listen, I know we always talk about a case not being a slam dunk case, but if this defendant made so many mistakes, they haven't even got to the automobile information, the cell phone tower hits, all the stuff that's going to come into play with this case. It seems to me that, she did a despicable and heinous thing to a young child, and she thought she was going to get away with it by crying and begging for help from her husband and demanding immunity. And come to find out, this child didn't fall off a bike and injure his head. He wasn't
Sergeant
abducted.
Youngkin, do you know who would have been the first person to describe the missing juvenile as a runaway?
I believe it would have been Letecia Stauch, because she made the initial call to our dispatch center.
Let me pull this back up since they're talking.
When you were searching the home, particularly Gannon's bedroom,
make sure it's up. Yeah.
Did you notice any unusual scents or smells when searching under the beds?
I did not. I just looked under there to see if a child was hiding under there, but I did not detect any strange odors.
Did you see any large suitcases?
Yes. Based on the body-worn camera footage, it appears that there are some suitcases in those shots.
I think what they were asking for specifically was a large suitcase.
Oh, during my initial response, when I was looking through there, I don't actually recall if I saw a suitcase. Only watching the body-worn camera footage later do I see the suitcase.
Okay. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Ms. Gratiano, do you have any? Mr. Cook?
Following up with this unusual smells question that was asked about Gannon's bedroom, did you notice any like bleach smell, cleaning fluid smell, anything? You know, sometimes you can go into a house and it smells crisp and clean. Any smell like that, or was it just a regular smelling kitchen?
It smelled fairly normal. I didn't smell the strong odor of any cleaning fluid.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You can step down. Why don't you step there?
Okay, we're going to leave this up just for a second just to see what's going on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking our evening break, and actually it's a little bit extended because we won't see you until Friday. I need you to take everything out of your jury seats so that take that back to your jury.
So it looks like we're concluding
please.
for today.
Don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Avoid any stories that you might see and any opinions that someone might care to share with you about the issue. So with that, if we can have everyone back where they need to be so that they can be in place by 9 o'clock on Friday morning, we should be able to start right on time.
9 o'clock Friday morning.
All right. Thank you. All rise for the jury, please.
So we will not be running this case tomorrow. Good news is maybe we'll pop in and see what's going on in the West case, get kind of up on that. We saw some photos. I was monitoring some videos and how their progress is going. I've been doing that for several days. One of the notable things is that Trezell West appears to be a much healthier Trezell than what was the day that they reported their 2 sons missing.
Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. You need to lock up whatever you need to lock up, and then I just need a corner of both tables cleared off so that somebody has a place to sit if they need to do that. You can leave everything else here, your binders, all of that stuff. That stuff's fine. It's going to be fine. But the attorneys that are coming in tomorrow, they need it. So long as they have some place to sit and put something in front of them, they're going to be fine. And then the rest of the stuff, you probably want to leave here and lock up. So we'll open up. We got the keys to the closet. Yeah, we'll open up the evidence closet here in just a moment for you all. Is there anything else that we need to address? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? No, Your Honor. Okay. All right. All right. Court will be in recess then. Thank you.
All right, guys. So that was it for day 3. Day 3. That was it for day 3. So we are kind of back. Long day, lots of lies we heard from Letecia. The better part of the morning segment was her video, or her audios. It appeared that her husband was recording conversations. It appears that those were in controlled environments because I heard somebody whispering in the background. I had my earbuds in. These ones right here as I was driving home from West Palm Beach. And it was really hard listening to that father, basically begging and pleading for her to tell him where Gannon was, that all he wanted was his son. He just wanted to know where he was. And he knew when his wife was lying. And he's like, you're lying to me. You're lying to me. That didn't happen. That's BS. It's not like that. There's no way. I know. I believe that he had at this point had no earthly idea what happened to his son. He believed that there was an accident and that she freaked out. And instead of calling law enforcement, she just decided to take care of the problem because she was scared. And that's what he thought. Come to find out, after the autopsy, he was stabbed. He had blunt force trauma. And then in addition to that, was shot. So this is obviously very intentional. This was not an accident. This was not anything like that. She resented being the stepmom. She resented her husband. It sounded like she was, from the reports that I have received behind the scenes, appears to basically just, was having affairs and stuff like that. And of course, she was basically saying he was having the affairs and blah, 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 blah. Just to go over a couple things, as many of you guys know, I told you earlier today that we did get some information back from our FOIA request to Illinois. And while we don't really get into the drama too awfully much, we are going to get into the drama a little bit, and it's going to set people off. And quite frankly, I don't care. I'm not doing anything to anybody that hasn't done something to me. And again, she's trying to say she's never said this, but we've heard her say some nasty stuff about me. That mole on her face is not a mole. It is a piercing, because I've got all her mug shots, and you can see the earlier ones. She never had that there. And obviously a mole is, you have it at birth. So it's like, like here, there's no mole on this mug shot here that was provided to me from Illinois. No mole, no mole. But again, public records. This is, from what you two told me, is I'm allowed to use public records. But this is the one right here. She was absolutely spent. Absolutely spent. Absolutely spent. But it's the 2019 charges. I'm not going to go through her entire record here, but I will tell you it's the 2019 record. Oh, where did it go? Hold on a second. I think it just history, StreamYard, YouTube now. I just lost it. What did I do with it? I think I dropped it. Let me reopen it. Where is it? Just FOIA. Just FOIA. I think I downloaded it in here. So, okay, I know what I did. Because it was from an email, or from the email that they sent me. Let me download this. There we go. PDF. All right, we have it. And it was the 2019 one that really bothers me, and here's why. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read what I can of it. They didn't redact it as much as I would have liked them to redact it. That picture, that pink picture that's going around, that's on some of the thumbnails. So this was, and then the 2021, it wasn't two incidences of driving on a suspended license. In 2021, one was driving on a suspended license, and the other one was yet another disorderly conduct because her and her boyfriend like to get loud. No, maybe not. Hold on. Says for the 2021, April 30th, 2021, that dispatch was summoned by one of her neighbors. Obviously, her neighbors don't like her. I looked through here, and she's gone to jail several times for several different neighbors that she lives next to, and for fighting with them and disorderly conduct. This is not her first time. But it said, upon arrival, I met the complainant blank. I'm not saying the name's not redacted. Who advised a mini pit bull ran into his yard trying to attack his dog. I think this might be the dog one. Yeah, no, trying to attack his dog. Blank advised me he shooed the dog away and back toward RT's house, which we're going to say QB, wannabe drug thug. Advised he believes it belonged to a friend or her brother. Blank advised he got over in the area wannabe drug thug came out to him, arguing with him. Blank advised she picked up the dog and put it inside the residence. Blank advised wannabe drug thug took her finger and made a gun gesture at him, telling him, "I will shoot your ass." Blank advised blank, 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 blank heard Rebecca make the threats. "I spoke with blank, 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 and blank, 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 and blank, 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 blank." Blank advised he wants wannabe drug thug arrested for her threats. I responded to blank and made contact with wannabe drug thug. Wannabe drug thug advised me there was a dog running loose, and blank automatically believed it was her dog and brought it over to her residence. A wannabe drug thug advised her dog ran out the back door to the front yard. Wannabe drug thug stated she asked blank what he was doing. Wannabe drug thug advised while arguing with Rodney, he called her a fat B and told her to suck a D. This is what she's saying happened. So wannabe drug thug admitted to cursing back at blank. However, she stated he never made any threats. Wannabe drug thug denied doing a gun gesture toward blank. And wannabe drug thug showed me the dog she had, 2 small ones and a boxer. I responded back to blank asking if he called Rebecca a fat B and told her to suck a D. He said he did not and would not say that to any woman. Wannabe drug thug stated blank, I would not have heard the argument because he wasn't around them. Blank, blank, a neighbor at blank, blank came out saying Rodney has lied on neighbors in the past. Blank advised he heard heard blank and wannabe drug thug arguing. However, it was as she was walking towards blank and he was walking to his address. Blank advised he did not see what happened while blank was on the terrace of wannabe drug thug's address. Animal control came to the scene. Apparently she was arrested for that. But that wasn't the one. The 2019 one, this is driving on a suspended license, is the 2019 report that has me bothered. So here's what has me most bothered about this. So on January 17th, 2019, at approximately 19:27 hours, so that's at 7:30 p.m., the officer was dispatched to a Hy-Vee, which is I guess it's a store, in reference to a fight in progress. The caller advised the females were inside the store near the checkout counters. Upon arrival, I made contact with the store manager. The store manager advised he witnessed the incident. The store manager walked to the victim, which was, we'll call her SJ. SJ advised me that she was in line waiting to pay for her merchandise at register 6. SJ explained that wannabe drug thug was in line behind her. SJ explained that wannabe drug thug did not like her because she believed that SJ had been sleeping with her boyfriend. SJ advised that wannabe drug thug approached her and started hitting her. SJ explained that she was struck several times by wannabe drug thug, causing her to fall to the ground. This is in 2019, just recently. This doesn't sound like somebody that's changed their life, does it? Falling to the ground. Once she was on the ground, wannabe drug thug continuously struck her near the face. SJ was able to get up and walk to the customer service counter to inform the employee to call the police. Wannabe drug thug walked away and back to her boyfriend and children. It says children, not child. After a brief moment, wannabe drug thug approached SJ a second time and started striking her again. At this point, the store manager steps in and stated he was going to call the police. Wannabe drug thug walked away back to her family. The store manager indicated the same story as SJ. I observed slight redness in SJ's left cheek. I approached wannabe drug thug, and she stated she knew she was going to jail. Wannabe drug thug stated to me that SJ had been sleeping with her boyfriend and making faces at her inside the store. Wannabe drug thug admitted to me that she had battered SJ inside the store. I advised wannabe drug thug that she was under arrest. Wannabe drug thug was placed in handcuffs, checked for proper fit, and double locked. Wannabe drug thug was searched in incident to arrest, and no contraband was located. I went back inside the store, spoke to SJ's friend, blank, stated that she was with SJ during the incident. Blake stated that wannabe drug thug was battering SJ near the checkout counters and then also by customer service. So this is a very violent individual, And this is the second incident. There was another incident where she took she was driving down the road and didn't like three people, a man and two girls. Sounded like a pimp situation, but that's just my theory, completely speculative, complete conjecture. Didn't say that in the statement, but when I read it, you'll get why I said it. And she decided to take out a four-way crowbar. It's the one that has different sizes. It looks like a pie, a plus sign, and it has different sizes on all four of them. And she decides to threaten them and wants to assault them with that. So a violent drug dealer is what we're looking at here, not somebody that is, clean. And not only that, she sits here and tells us that she's an advocate for children, all this other stuff. And it blows my mind that she would be such a violent individual in front of her kids, perpetuating that violence in their life moving forward as they grow up and become adults. That is their parental guidance as they're growing up. Not very good one at that. So lots of stuff here. We received 40 pages of documents from our FOIA requests outlining every bit of contact that sheriff's department has had with her, including her mugshot. So we'll be going over doing a supplement extended on the case that we're covering of Rebecca Turner, which again, we are getting from public records at this time through a FOIA request. And like I said, I've got to go through here because they gave me everything. They didn't redact a whole lot. And in an effort to keep the streets of YouTube fairly clean, we're going to make sure that we follow YouTube's terms of service and get these identifying markers redacted so we're able to show you the documents yourself. So just to let you know that this is the person, that this person is not dead. That docket is the right docket for her. And, quite a lot of stuff there for somebody that's calling me a despicable person that goes out every day just trying to make the world a better place, whether they agree with it or not. I don't have to ask their permission. I've done nothing to them. And then we look at behind the curtains and we find this despicable stuff. Shame on you doing that stuff in front of your kids. And I'd like a response from you. Why are you beating up people in front of your young children over some petty nonsense? If a woman is sleeping with your man, instead of beating her butt, maybe you need to kick the man to the curb. Because that girl doesn't owe you a duty. The man laying next to you does. The man laying next to you could have lied to her and you're beating her butt and she's an innocent person in all of it. But of course you're probably going to say, no, she's not. No, she's not. She knew it was your boyfriend. Still, she has no duty to you. She's not the one in a relationship with you. Your boyfriend is. And that is the one, if anybody, which I see you don't mind having fights with him either. So that's in these records as well. So there you have it. We're going to keep going down this road and exposing people little by slow. This is a true shame. But again, this is not something I did. This is something in her past that she's lied to her audience about. And we have it in black and white. There's no lies about this. This is fiction. This is not fiction. This is fact. This is something that her sheriff's department, the Galesburg PD, the Galesburg Police Department, responded with the public records request in response to my FOIA request I made last week. So again, glad to see it. But the one where she looks like she's strung out, in the report, it even said that she was talking really, really fast. So they were indicating without stating that they believe she was on some kind of substance in that report. So, and she obviously that mugshot of hers that was sent to me through that FOIA request also was indicative of her looking pretty stinking high. And she just stated that she had dropped her kids off, by the way. So we'll go through all that so you guys can see the real deal. Now that she may not have dropped her child off, that may have just been the excuse she gave the officer, but that would scare the heck out of me if she was in that condition and had a child in that car. But you guys can be fooled all you want about who that woman is and what she's truly doing on here. If anybody is out here lying and doing petty swindling, it would be her, not the Bullhorn Betty channel, where we are very transparent and try to stick to the facts, not to our emotions. I could have been emotional and I could have called her a lot of things and I could have done a lot of things that were untrue. And I didn't. I chose to go to the sources that could provide me legit information. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. And since coming out with this information, we've had people trying to intimidate me through emails, telling me that they're watching me. They know everything about me, You know, I don't really care. I don't really care. You come near me. I just want to remind everybody that I do, follow the law. We do have stand your ground here in the state of Florida. We also have castle law here for our homesteads. And I am a concealed weapons permit holder. I would not come up, making me feel uneasy about my safety. That would be really not a smart move. So watch me as you will. If I find out about it, I will be reporting you and you will be charged with stalking. That's your choice. I don't have control over you. I only have control over me. But what you do not have is control over me. So, guys, there you have it. There you have it. And we're going to keep putting all this stuff in here and keep putting it out because we can. We are a true crime genre. We cover true crime. And as long as it comes from public records, I am able to use it. So with that, guys, you go out, make it a great evening because the day is gone. I love each and every one of you. God bless. And until next time, we'll see you on the Bullhorn Betty channel. But what do I think about Letecia Stauch?
Bullshit level, DEFCON 5.
What do I think about her story?
Oh, come on now. That ain't even bullshit. That's horse shit.
And then before we check out right now, we're going to go ahead and no, I'm on the wrong side. Hold on, guys. I got to find it. We're going to end our poll. I never ended it. So I got to go over there and end it. So give me a second. Obviously, the computers are running slow, and I think it's because I have. Let me go ahead and hide this screen because I don't need that up anymore. It's probably going to play something. You might hear it. Okay, there we go. I'm muting it now. So let me go ahead and end the poll. Holy smokies! Holy smokies! We had almost 300 votes, and 94% believes she is guilty. Almost 300 votes. Oh, thank you, Elphick. Thank you. Thank you. Almost 300 votes. She's not getting a whole lot of sympathy from the Bullhorn Betty channel. She just is not getting a whole lot of sympathy. We're tough over here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. But you know what we don't like? We don't like a whole lot of what?
Warning, bullshit alert.
That's what. That's what. All right, guys, until next time, we'll see you back here first thing tomorrow morning. We are not going to be running this case tomorrow morning. Remember, we have this starting on Friday. They're not doing it tomorrow. The jury comes back on Friday. So but we will continue with our coffee club. We'll get some, give an update on the West case. I think tomorrow is a great day to get caught up on the West case. Maybe talk about some highlights in this case, maybe some things to look forward to. I wish they had a bull crap one, but they didn't. So we're stuck with cuss words, and that's okay. I'm okay. Pray for me. I'm gonna need.
That was bullshit.
I know. I'm even full of it every now and again too. Full of what?
Bullshit detected. Take precautions.
I'm sorry. I can't help it. I love this button. I love this button. When we started this live, this was not in here. I ran out and got this button out from Office 3 in the living room, right? I got some photos. I was looking pretty stinking hot yesterday. I've got to tell you, I was looking pretty stinking hot down in Mar-a-Lago. Somebody caught me. There it is. There it is. Crowded, packed room. And there I am. So had a lot of great times. Got to see a lot of great people last night. And, at the end of the day, no matter what, no matter how this rolls out, I was part of history. I really was. I've been part of history for quite some time. And, this is kind of a little hard to watch. And, but at the end of the day, this is it. I'm part of history. I was there. I have been there from the beginning. And I don't think it's going to be the end. Anyways, guys, you take care. God bless each and every one of you. And until next time, don't forget to be fearless, okay? If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Good day, folks. And until next time, be kind to one another.
As you wake up in the morning, you want to find the latest, greatest information about criminal cases and have an intuitive conversation about the suspects associated with these cases. Head over to the Bullhorn Betty channel on YouTube. Get breaking news right here on the Bullhorn Betty channel. Welcome to the Bullhorn Betty Coffee Club. Enjoy your stay and enjoy your day.